Well, I would say welcome, but the early days. Oh man. Oh, them stray hairs. Oh, dude, it's in my nose. Okay. Alrighty, so let's. Well, I got some time. Look at this. Let's cancel that. I got. All right. Welcome to the show, everybody. I had something prepared right away, but it kind of changed real fast when all of a sudden I started having some issues. All right. Welcome to the show. I think I already said that. Hope everybody is doing well. All right. We got everything up and running. Oh, wait. Crap. Second. Okay. Stop recording that. Alrighty, well, I was going to do something completely different until I stumbled across some interesting news where, so I think by now most of us know that RFK he's tapped to be the Health and Human Services, czar or whatever. He's supposed to be in charge of our healthcare, and he is a outward, skeptic of vaccines, so that's not terrifying at all. But here we go. Look at this. Oh, jeez. What's going on my screen here? Give me a second. Oh. As you can see, doctors warn about RFK Jr. citing measles deaths in Samoa. So, at first I was kind of thinking, I'm like, oh boy, are we doing this thing where are we conflating him saying something to like a Jenny McCarthy-esque situation where somebody saw it and then somebody in the nation started doing something, or like the nation of Samoa started doing something about vaccines? Well, that's kind of what happened. They apparently took his information on at his word. They took him at his word with the information that he was giving, and it was kind of funny where they were just like, oh, hi, I'm back. Where they're like, yeah, we think that RFK is looking out for our best interests, and yeah, there's a little bit of a twist to this one because, get this, it didn't work out the way you thought it would. Oh, I just realized.
Chip and I understand that when it comes to renovation, there are so many decisions that go into a single project, especially when it comes to your home's exterior. Explore our Magnolia Home James Hardy collection at jameshardy.com.
Governor Green, you have pretty strong feelings about RFK Jr. as HHS Secretary, particularly after an experience you say you had with a measles outbreak. What happened?
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. We had a terrible experience in Samoa. RFK went and rallied that country against vaccinations when there was a measles outbreak. It resulted in the deaths of 83 innocent children. You see pictures of me vaccinating people there. Basically, what he did is he scared that country away from vaccinations. And measles will kill young people. It caused 5,000 additional cases. And I actually was contacted by the Prime Minister of Samoa to come in with a contingent of medical mission workers from my state, from Hawaii, to go and vaccinate people. And we vaccinated 36,997 people to basically stop the measles. But it was too late for 83 children. We went into one village and a child had just died and was still warm. And then we had a funeral service for that child because they died of the measles, and then vaccinated their 7 or 8 other siblings, and then we went to the next village. That's what RFK did. And if he...
Yeah, but this is supposed to be scaremongering, you know? Again, I love how any right-winger who, like, actually does care, or they say that they care, they can always do the mental gymnastics where they're like, yeah, but RFK was just trying to help. Again, this whole misunderstanding, too, where it's like... the vaccinations and autism, it's just like, well, like the polio vaccine, these vaccines that have been like, you want to talk about like like they always want to talk about causation and correlation with autism, and then for some reason they always like bring it up where it's like the late 80s and early 90s, they're like, there was a spike, and it's like, yeah, but the polio vaccines were developed in the late 50s 60s or whatever. So
he is confirmed as HHS secretary. What he will do is he will cast doubt on vaccination programs across America.
I'm sorry, I know measles is what we're talking about, but polio is the one that I'm worried about coming back.
That will mean thousands and then millions of people will consider not getting vaccinated. We will not have herd immunity. And physicians like myself and pediatricians and all sorts of other healthcare providers will see cataclysmic spread of disease. So he is the worst possible choice for HHS, and I hope that
well, I mean, he wants to ban all the bad preservatives in foods and all the garbage in food. So hey, if he actually does that, but I'm not trying to even give the credit. Come on, like, let's be real. You don't think the lobbies are going to win on that one?
President will
he's going to get rid of corn subsidies.
pull his name back.
We'll see what the Senate says. I should say that RFK Jr., governor, said that he, quote, had nothing to do with people not vaccinating in Samoa, and he never told people not to vaccinate, unquote. I know that you have a very different experience, but he has denied those allegations. I do want to bring...
Yeah, this is the guy actually doing this stuff, though. Like, why does the media always do this, where they try to both sides it, but they're not actually saying... like the important information that this guy was on the ground, saw this actually happen, talked to these people, but RFK, you can't just take them at their word.
In Michael, in this instance, because RFK Jr. has said that no vaccines are safe.
But take me at mine.
And effective. He also said that I'm not going to take away anybody's vaccine, trying to reconcile the two. Perhaps would be head spinning. But here's what Trump's transition co-chair, Howard Lutnick, says Kennedy really wants. It's
he
online.
wants the data so he can say these things are unsafe. He says, if you give me the data, all I want is the data, and I'll take on the data and show that it's not safe. And then if you pull the product liability, the companies will yank these vaccines right off of
again, and he's talking about doing this with like polio vaccines. That's what's insane.
The market. Let's give him the data. I think it'd be pretty cool to give him the data. Let's see what he comes up with.
Okay.
I think it's
oh my God.
Pretty fun. Well, people may hear, all right, let him look at the data.
Yeah.
Is there any harm in doing that?
Well, first of all, let me just be really clear. The data that he's talking about is unclear to all of us, because the data that you need to use to assess the safety of these vaccines actually is already in the public domain. It's not something that you have to request or to take a look at.
Right. So you can do a quick Google search, but they're acting like this is secretive information. Why do we always allow this to happen, where the dumbest people can overshadow the actual experts in the field? This is insanity.
And this has been one of the problems with Mr. Kennedy's approach to what we call science, in his words, is the fact that he consistently mixes up messages. He mixes up different disease problems, and trying to follow him and understand what he's talking about is often like trying to nail Jello to the wall. And so that's one of the challenges. We can't have that kind
That's a good TikTok idea.
of science. You can't agree on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays that gravity works, but on Tuesdays and Thursdays it doesn't.
Okay.
If you're 50 or over, you
No,
could be taking
I'm not 50 or over, and I'm not going to... Look at that, guys. AARP coming for me. Outside of the mail now. What is with AARP? It's kind of... I wonder if this is targeted ads. I don't know what to do with that information. All right, but I kind of find that funny, where everybody's kind of ignoring the fact that, pretty much everybody that was on the ground with RFK and was doing that, like they were helping these kids, they were helping these people on the island of Samoa, and then all of a sudden they start listening to RFK, and he gets pretty popular, which, you know what, fine. He went there. Did anybody else? I don't know. But it just sucks that all of a sudden he starts spreading the misinformation that, you know, the Jenny McCarthyites and all these people are starting to go based off of, which I get really bothered by the fact that Jenny McCarthy, this chick from I think it was Remote Control, or no, it was like the dating game or something like that. But still, like, I still can't believe that she's what pushed this into the mainstream. Like, that's kind of nuts to me. And then I wonder how much of like her connections to Jim Carrey, did that like help at all? I don't know. But yeah, all right. Well, let's just hope that he does the thing with the food, because I hate to say that I hope that he does, because yeah, that's the one thing I'm in agreement with RFK about, is just, yeah, America's food is just messed up and we have got to do better. And we have known about the, you know, corn syrup thing for so long, where at this point it's just like, what are we doing? Yeah, it's also kind of weird because I was just listening to Sam Cedar recently, and he was talking about how, strangely enough, that was one of the things he agreed with Bloomberg on, where he's just like, listen, the soda ban was it was overinflated, and they weren't talking about how like you could just buy another soda, you know, taking away my liberty to have my big gulp. But realistically, now those same people that were talking about like my liberties, my big gulp, are the ones that are just like, well, I think we have too many GMOs in the food now. And then when you like, I don't know if they're trying to like turn this into like their thing, where it's just like, oh yeah, we were talking about that, you know, years ago. But they get so weird when you're like, yeah, I agree with that, and they're just like, wait, that just happened, because they think they're gonna piss you off with it somehow. But yeah, RFK, you know what? We'll see what happens. This is gonna be oh man, this is gonna be just an interesting 4 years. I mean, the Matt Gaetz, it was funny because my comment section, boy, oh man, I made a video about Trump voters having buyer's remorse, and I really, I definitely conflated how much they would see the difference between a Trump supporter and a Trump voter. Like, I was talking about just like the people that they were kind of courting. Nope. They were just like, we don't have buyer's remorse. We love all his choices. We love Trump. We love him. Smother me with that orange. Ugh. All orange lips. Alrighty. Well, I appreciate you checking out this segment. Yeah, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Alright, guys. You know what? We are in the part of the show where do a quick refresh. I gotta check. Okay, we're done with that. All right. Gotta go let my dog out real quick. Second. Okay. Hey, bye. Where you going? Alrighty. Sad part is I just let him out before I started. Gotta love it where they're just like, you gotta poop? You gotta poop? Imagine like having kids, I guess. Actually, yeah, my nephew's like that. He's gotten better, but he had one of those issues where he would hold it and make himself sick, and yeah, you'd have to give him like a pep talk to get him there. He's a good kid though. I love him. He's a really good kid. Oh, hey. Welcome to the show. Say hi. Look at him. Look. He's so cute. He's been really good today. He usually is a little amped up like right around this time of day, so he's just kind of having a chill time. All right, so we're gonna go into the next segment here. I appreciate you being with me. It was this one. Okay. We're going to start the segment. What do you think? Scaredy Bear? Not for Scaredy. Nah. We'll wait for Scaredy Bear. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, hold on. Got live. So if you are on the East Coast, you are about to hit a certain time. Now I know that we're gonna probably get called lame or something for this, but you know what? It's one of my favorite parts about our community is we have our own time. Come on, we totally took 420 for ourselves. So that's where I was going with this. Is it's almost 420. As I said, tobacco use only. Even though I quit smoking when I was 24 or so. Yeah, you do the math with that one. All right, there we go. Scaredy Bear time. Let's go. Ooh, that's a good one. Ooh, that had one of the backups. Excuse me. Wow. Yikes. Oh, that was literally one of the dab hits. I mean, when the oil hits. Oh, that went in my nose. Sorry, I was coughing into the mic. I apologize, guys. I apologize. I know, professional broadcaster mode. All right. Well, I hope you joined me there. If you didn't, yeah, it's we're an hour behind, so it's technically 3:21 right now. All right. Let's go into the next segment. This is gonna be one for a lot of people in my community because for some reason the Piers Morgan stuff, that's what took off. So here we go. We're gonna cover Piers Morgan. I've been trying to avoid him, but I feel like I'm far enough removed from, you know, the election upset to, well, upset for us. I mean, that was, let's be honest, that was oof, that was a sweep. That sucked. That felt like when your team goes to the Stanley Cup final and gets swept. It was rough. But, we're gonna be covering this one because it had Brian Tyler Cohen and, who else? David Pakman and Dave Rubin. That's right, Dave Rubin. So let me start the segment. If you haven't already liked the stream, please do. I would really appreciate it. Want to join the chat? Don't be afraid. We're not that scary. Speaking of, you know what? Give me 1 second. I forgot to send this to somebody that wanted it. It's over here. Right? And here we go. Okay. And there's one more. Where the hell are you? Sorry, bear with me. The sad part is I did this, like, I was prepared for this, and then all of a sudden, everything just got upended. Okay. What you think, dude? He's a pretty dog, isn't he? He is a very good boy. He's a bit neurotic, but he's a good boy. All right. You guys ready for the next segment? I think I'm ready for the next segment. All right, well, if you are here, leave a like, and let's go. Don't be afraid to join that chat. All right, well, I somehow got lumped into covering Piers Morgan more than I would like to, and I have to be completely honest, I've been kind of avoiding him and his programmings since, you know, Trump won the election, because that's the one smug prick that I don't want to hear it from right now, so I'm kind of, yeah, as I said, I was avoiding it, but we had a panel come on that I really couldn't avoid because it's a bunch of my favorite content creators and one of my least favorite content creators going at it in a pretty intense debate. So let's take a look at that, shall we? Oh, geez. Give me 1 second here. Oh no! What happened to my screen? Here, I don't know why that happened, so give me 1 second. Oh, that's why. Sorry about that. And we had such a good roll going. Oh, good enough? Nah. you're thinking, this is day one stuff, it's because I'm still very new to the live aspect of this, so. All right. Here we go. We're all set. Sorry about that. I'm actually, am I sorry about that? I don't know. No. Alrighty. Now, I know I totally lied. This is the actual start of the segment. So we're going to go from here. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Alright, well, apparently I have been lumped into covering Piers Morgan more than I'd like to. That's where a lot of my views come from, and you know what? He does have very engaging content. But with that being said, I have totally been avoiding his channel and just him in general, and there was one specific one with Candace Owens and Mark Lamont Hill that I wanted to cover, but I couldn't bring myself to do it because he was just, he's so smug right now. He's doing the thing where he's, I knew that Trump would win. I knew that Trump would win. It's just like, I don't want to see it. But he had 2 of my favorite content creators and one of my least favorite content creators on. So I couldn't help but want to take a look at it. So you got Dave Rubin going against Brian Tyler Cohen, BTC, and David Pakman, who used to be one of my favorite creators, I should say. He kind of lost me. I unsubbed from his channel, and I know that a lot of other people did recently too. So let's take a look at this debate.
Politics is tough. A transition that's so smooth, it'll be as smooth as it can get.
He can actually pave the way for a really nice transition into a Trump presidency that I believe is going to bring back an 80s style revolution in America.
Having, the smartest guy on the planet stuck into government bureaucracy, I would have thought that's very popular, isn't it?
Department for Government Efficiency. New department when Trump wants to eliminate departments. I've got a list of 30 Rubin predictions. They're always wrong.
God, you're such a smug prick.
Piers, I am begging. Stop inviting these stupidest leftists on to make the argument for trans civil rights.
There's LGBTQ in breaking news right now on MSNBC. Like, I love calling out the BS.
What? Oh, you know what? I think they got hit. I'm pretty sure they got hit. I hope that. Yeah.
First, the stunning victory. Now, the MAGA revolution. Trump is at the White House with Joe Biden today as he sets forth his plans to turn things upside down. Can Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy turn the bloated federal government into a blue chip business? Or are these planet-sized egos heading for a cosmic explosion? Will Trump's new defense team give us peace through power? Or is this a sellout to the neocons? And as the Democrats simmer in the glow of a map-turned Republican red, where on earth do they go from here? In a moment, we'll debate all this with an all-star panel. But first, a short word about an interview we ran yesterday.
They said that it was 4 million that died in Auschwitz, and then they said it was.
I'm gonna have to cover this one.
They revised the figure.
Well, how many people? How many people do you think were killed in the Holocaust?
271,000 that died in Auschwitz.
How many do you think were killed in the Holocaust?
I don't know, but I would bet my entire net worth that it was under 6 million.
Well, unsurprisingly, the interview sparks a massive response. Bilzerian has millions of followers, and many of them, of course, called out of the woodwork to cheerlead him. Plenty of people were shocked, as indeed I was in real time, that any public figure could spew such obvious prejudice as
that guy has a fan base.
Others, well, a few people, are angry at me for giving him a platform. Michael Rappaport said, I'm sick of Piers Morgan having disgusting, known, proven, shitbag Jew haters on his show and saying afterwards, I don't agree. Jewish people, please unfollow this scumbag now. Piers Morgan also hates Jews. Oh, Michael, calm down, you silly little man. Obviously don't hate Jews. And the thing about platforms is that
all right, well, Michael Rappaport is kind of a silly little man, so.
Everybody has access to them. You've often yourself been offered access to mine, but you haven't appeared yet. The offer still stands if you have the guts. In the new media landscape, anyone can speak unfiltered or uncensored to their followers and acolytes. At least when I interview somebody with incendiary views, audiences get to see those views being vigorously challenged. And free speech is supposed to be uncomfortable. It's only by hearing the polar opposite of your own worldview you can be sure that you're right and understand why you believe that you are. Dan Bilzerian went a lot further than I was expecting him.
Damn it, I hate when I agree with what he says.
I was genuinely appalled
that makes
by
me
what
mad.
I was hearing. I started out the interview thinking it was going to be more about his apparent so-called redemption arc. As you all saw, there's no redemption arc. He's sunk into an abyss of anti-Semitism. And on that point, I've interviewed many people on both sides of the Israel-Palestine debate, professors, politicians, medics, victims, journalists, musicians, diplomats, comedians, and more. At regular interviews, intervals, I've been criticised by people on both sides. Do I think Dan Bilzerian's interview made some big intellectual contribution to this vexed debate? No, I don't, actually. But as a beginner's guide to the kind of ignorant anti-Semitism that's suddenly becoming extremely and worryingly prevalent, I think it was quite an eye-opener. And to the many Bilzerian...
I mean, I know that from everything that, like, about his Twitter. I'm surprised that people are just now kind of finding out about this.
Fans demanding we release the unedited interview because they thought their man surely couldn't have come across that badly. Well, I'm afraid I've got bad news for you. That was the unedited interview. That's what he really sounds like when he actually has to talk about these despicable views. If we cut out the parts, frankly, that I didn't agree with, it would have been the shortest interview of the year, as well as the most shocking. But now down to real business with my stellar panel of white dudes for and against Harris. Host of the Rubin Report, Dave Rubin. Host of the David Pakman Show, David Pakman. Host of No Lie with Brian Tyler Cohen, Brian Tyler Cohen. And host of the Ben Ferguson podcast.
He's in his grief hoodie.
Ben Ferguson. What a magnificent quartet of
white
dudes you've ever
from that hoodie.
David Pakman, I want to start with you. You were very clear to me when we spoke before the election that this whole issue of transgenders in sport and so on was completely irrelevant and nobody cared. Let me remind you.
You're saying Kamala Harris and Biden have come out in support of this.
They do. They support policies which actively protect. They support policies that protect transgender athletes performing in women's sport. And I think that is madness. You're saying, well, because most of these things in this UN report were outside of America, it doesn't matter. It does matter.
What I'm saying, it's a completely contrived issue that almost no one cares about in every single opinion poll.
Wow. Well, the problem is, David, you couldn't have possibly been any more wrong, because the New York Times, the liberal Bible, did a whole piece about the ad that Trump ran, which is the Kamala's for they, them, Donald Trump's for you. They said it was one of the most effective 30-second spots in political history and may have shifted the race according to her own side.
I do hate to say, I saw some of the reporting on that, and it did move the needle.
By 2.7 percentage points in Trump's favor after people watched it. Let's take a look at the ad before I come to you.
Especially in the swing states.
For prisoners. For prisoners, every transgender.
See, this is why I didn't want to do this.
In the prison system would have access.
Hell no, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to that. Kamala supports transgender sex changes in jail with our money.
Kamala even supports letting biological men compete against our girls in their sports. Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
So, look, on reflection, David, do you want to admit you were completely and hopelessly wrong about this?
No, in fact, in the aftermath, we figured out how dishonest you were, Piers, during that. And hopefully we can get a little bit of an opportunity. So let me lay it out. First of all, I went back and looked at the UN report in more detail. The UN report said nothing of the sort that you said. What you were referring to dishonestly was one footnote from an anti-trans organization making completely unsubstantiated claims. So I will wait for the apology from you. The UN report doesn't say that, but that wasn't the crux of your question. Second part of it, that ad with Kamala, I would have loved Kamala to respond to it. All she had to say was at the time that she said that, it was Trump administration Bureau of Prisons policy that that's what's available to trans inmates when determined medically necessary. She would follow the law. You haven't said that. And then number 3, Piers, on who cares about the issue.
That's a good call out right there.
I checked Gallup survey, trans issues at the very bottom. The reality is almost no one's trans. Almost no trans people are in competitive sports, and people do not care about the...
I don't know about that last sentiment. Almost no one's... What?
Issue. However, there's a lot of money made...
I don't know if you're even saying it from like it's only point whatever of the population. Still, that's a little callous.
Grifting about trans this and trans that, even from people on this panel. So I get why they keep bringing it up.
Ben, you burst out laughing then. Would you like to take the first shot back?
Yeah, number one, I've never made any money off the issue, and I doubt hardly anyone that I know, if you want to talk about how few there are making money off trans issues, but that was a very interesting play there. I don't think it's a good one, but we'll move on from that to the second point.
That's what he meant.
Vanderbilt, for example, they said, and I quote, "You better get on board as a doctor, and if you don't with trans surgeries, you're out of here." They said that on tape and got busted. Then they said that every kid that we can bring in...
Question.
I'm answering the question, and you may have heard a different question than I did, so you can calm down and let me finish. You look at what they said at Vanderbilt. They said over $1 million is what each kid is worth if we can hurry up and get them these surgeries, because they're going to be on drugs the rest of their life, and we're going to be able to own them for the rest of their life financially, and we can make millions off the kids. They said that at Vanderbilt University. Now, back to the bigger point here about the election. The reason why this
wait. So now they're trying to like code this in caring about like these kids because now it's big pharma pushing their agenda. What?
Was an issue in the election. It's because Democrats made it an issue.
They wanted to force
little girls to be in locker rooms with grown men. They wanted to force women off the podium and allow men
Mark
on
Robinson,
the podium. Riley Gaines is a great example of this. Maybe you should listen, and then you'll understand why you got your ass kicked in the last presidential election and nationwide. Actually, I'm glad you guys aren't listening because you don't listen to the damn people. And the people said this was an issue. And then you mocked them and you act like it's not an issue when in fact it is an issue. So keep acting like you know what's going on in this country when the reality is this was an important issue to voters. It was an important issue to mothers. It was an important issue to moms that have girls in sports. It was a really important issue to men and dads that have young girls in sports. Okay. And so when you act like you guys weren't trying to do this and you weren't mandating that men compete with women and men beat women in sports and you weren't protecting young girls in the locker room, this is what you get. You get the American people and the silent majority that said no more of this radical and extreme position, and they showed up on election day. And if you would have listened to the American people, you would have understood this issue mattered to moms and dads, including liberals and undecideds, and that's why you lost.
This guy looks like a real-life little rascal.
Yeah, look, I just don't think there's any doubt about this. Let me bring Brian Tyler Cohen in here. You know, as much as my Democrat friends want to try and put their head in the sand and pretend this was not an issue, it just all played into the same...
No, it's not. It's not burying your head in the sand. It's the fact that you guys are overinflating how much of an issue it was. You guys want to pretend that this was so much of a bigger issue. You guys want to pretend that transgenders in sports was the issue that moved the needle of the election and won Trump the election. And you're really trying to spin that narrative. I mean, this is what this is all about. I'm glad that he has these people on specifically, like David Pakman and BTC, to call it out. But he keeps pushing back at God, I hate the fact that the host is always so biased against these guests.
The issue for the Democrats, which was firmly rejected by the American electorate across the board, by the way. Latinos, blacks, whites, Jewish, Muslim, just about every...
Again, but then you sit there crowing about, well, it was the economy. We convinced them on the economy, the populism on the economy. Which one was it, Piers?
Everybody gravitated to Trump in this election in bigger numbers than before. And a lot of it was down to the economy.
And no, the other thing that you're completely just negating conveniently was the fact that 10 million other voters that voted for Biden did not come out. It was over 10 million now that they've actually gotten the counts in. It's was something like 12 million voters that voted for Biden did not come out for Harris.
A lot of it was down to the immigration crisis, but a lot of it was also down to what is perceived to be
how he just does that?
Insanity, including this whole trans debate. And you've
heard
then
he hyperfixates. It was the same thing it's the same bullshit he was pulling with the Hitler shit.
Bill Clinton was warning them about this. Joe Scarborough said afterwards it had been a disaster. You're seeing David Axelrod
Republican, neocon. Stop. What? Your examples are just shining fucking beams of the left.
Should never have fought on this hill. Lots of senior people now are coming out and saying this was a massive strategic error because you're trying to basically tell people the sky is blue when it's red.
Piers, the reality is that this wasn't an issue except for the fact that Republicans made it an issue. There was almost $250 million disinformation campaign surrounding the issue of gender reassignment surgeries among trans inmates. This is a position that Kamala Harris has been virtually silent on for over the last 5 years, but they took a cherry-picked a quote from 2019, shoehorned it into the narrative.
She said it.
Put a ton of money from a very well-funded right-wing media ecosystem behind it. And
convinced Americans. Notice how they never do that to Donald Trump. They never do that. But he said it. And then when we say, but he said it, they're just like, oh, well, it's Donald Trump. He just, he does the what do you call it? The boogie woogie or the shift or whatever. Ugh.
That, again, an issue that Kamala Harris
didn't
say a word about in this election cycle is somehow the most important issue in this election cycle.
She had so much more money than Trump to spend. So much more money.
$1 billion.
But the idea that the right handles the money here.
It does not change the fact that what the right's money went to was a well-funded disinformation campaign.
Hang on. You say disinformation. Are you denying she said what we all heard her say?
No, but I am denying that it's her position, or that this was her position in the 2024 election cycle. Some comment that she has walked away from 5 years ago, before she was vice president, does not create her position now. But nobody would know that. Nobody would know that. If I could just have one question.
Simple question for
Ben, if I could just have 1 second to finish my I know that you want to shoot it in, but you're going to have to be quiet until I finish my comments. If there wasn't such a well-funded effort, I could do the same thing, bro.
This guy's got such a bullyable face.
I'm
sorry.
I'm asking you a genuine question about members of Congress.
Such a
Name
dork.
any Republicans that had trans flags in front of their offices, and then tell me how many Democrats had trans flags in the halls of Congress. You cannot tell me this wasn't an issue when there were congressmen and senators
The
that
notion,
if you walk the halls of Congress had trans flags up. They made it an issue. They made it an issue, man.
Do you just want to yell, or do you want to actually have a conversation? Because I know that you love the sound of your voice.
That's literally all you're doing, dude.
I know, you just want to yell. Like, it's great that you have your own show. You can do that into a camera with nobody interrupting you the whole time. The fact that somebody can acknowledge the humanity of trans people is not the same as the issue of gender reassignment surgeries for trans inmates.
Real quick, this guy looks like he's coming at you live from your therapist's office.
And if you ask the majority of Americans, because of this very well-funded right-wing disinformation campaign,
it's
where
not
again,
disinformation.
$1 quarter of $1 billion was put behind this thing. That is why the vast majority of Americans.
Okay, look. Before I come to Dave Rubin, I actually want to bring in an extra guest, the former Democratic congressional candidate Brianna Wu, who is also a trans woman. Brianna, welcome to Uncensored. I can't think of anyone better qualified, given you're the only trans member of the panel now, to respond to what our two liberal friends are saying.
I'll be trans if you'll give me a chance to talk.
You've had so many shows.
There's something actually there. There's something there, Dave.
It's always some gay person that's talking on our behalf. So I'm really excited today to talk about how everyone here is wrong. David, I love your show. I consider you a friend.
I can't be wrong.
You and the Democrats are completely wrong about what trans people need. We don't need you advocating for trans vaginoplasties in prison. We need to retreat back to the basics of what we need, which is HRT and healthcare. And the problem is the Democrats have been captured by this fringe left.
Yeah, but that's not what they're fighting for. Like, they were literally just saying, hey, she didn't really say that. And I have a feeling that a lot of people would just be like, okay, like, if we were just kind of finding out about it, I was surprised by it because I did the Google search and I was like, oh, this was a thing. Okay, interesting. But I didn't care. I was kind of like, oh, so it's almost like you can get your HRT paid for if you go to prison type of thing. So that was kind of an interesting thought where I was like,
redefined what trans means to all this non-binary nonsense and all this stuff that has nothing to do with how we got our rights in the first place. Ben, you can appreciate this. I was the first trans person to ever transition at Ole Miss, our alma mater. That was very, very different. It was 20 years ago, toddy. And the thing is, the way I got equality and got people to respect me in Mississippi was not by screaming at them or lecturing them about my pronouns. It was getting them to see my humanity. This is something trans people just completely lost. And the problem is,
I just noticed her Final Fantasy VIII poster in the background. I like that.
The Democratic Party is unwilling to call out these bad actors. And because of this, we are having a conversation that does not serve trans people. Piers, I am begging you, on this show, stop inviting the stupidest leftists on to make the argument for trans civil rights. Let some people actually understand this stuff. And David's laughing because you understand.
I'm actually kind of surprised that she's calling them the dumbest leftists, where it's just like, wait, but I don't see that these were they were really talking about
understand
this.
Integration as a gay man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You've done the same playbook your whole career.
Well,
this works. This is
first
how you
off,
got
I'm only
marriage.
gay. I'm only gay starting at 10 p.m. What time is it? We'll have to check on that. But actually, you're completely right, Brianna. You're completely right. What's happening with the left is that these saviors, these progressive warriors that you see in these.
Oh, that's when he can go on Ben Shapiro. I get it now. That's how it works.
Boxes here think that they know more about these people than they know about themselves.
Absolutely ridiculous.
And by the way, this has nothing to do with a well-funded evil money machine that the Republicans were doing. There's something called boys and girls, and
Ruben's
they are
the right
different.
guy to talk about
and
that,
most
isn't
parents. Most parents, oh God, you're such a smug prick. Listen, most parents actually want to defend their daughters and don't want them to have the crap kicked out of them by boys, and they don't want them to be playing boys in soccer or any of these other things. That is a
even Simpson's water smuggling.
Defense of girls. If someone, as an adult, 18, 21, we can discuss the age, wants to dress how they want, have any surgeries, take whatever drugs, do whatever they want with their body, most people, even Republicans, don't object to that. And I have no problem referring to Brianna as she, because I can clearly sense she would treat me with respect, and I'll treat her with respect.
Wait a minute. So is that your barometer now, that you'll only properly gender transgender person just based on the fact that they're nice to you? Oh, what a prick.
And it's a two-way street rather than pandering and bowing to a bunch of people that could not give a crap about anybody else.
Yeah, and David, let me bring in David Patton again, because you were very quick when I asked how you felt about being so wrong about this to accuse me of being misleading, disinformation, misconstruing a United Nations report. So because we're a very nimble team here, while you were talking, they just went and double checked because I was curious what you were talking about. And we found, we found the United Nations report. And it's not a footnote, as you said, it's page 5 of the report. It says, and I quote, the United Nations says nearly 900 biological females have fallen short of the podium because they were beaten out by trans athletes. The findings were compiled by the UN's Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, entitled Violence Against Women and Girls in Sport. The report said more than 600 athletes didn't medal in more than 400 competitions in 29 different sports, totaling over 890 medals. The replacement of the female sports category...
shit. Oh, God, I'm glad that he brought this up because David Pakman did a video about this.
With a mixed sex category has resulted in an increasing number of female athletes losing opportunities, including medals, when competing against males. The report said. So, David, again...
They literally make it sound like there's so many transgender people coming for their sports and their medals that they're just going to push women completely out of it, and eventually they're just going to have to be like, this is the new trans league. And then it's like, wait, but then you create... another, what is it? It's the biological women's league. It's, God, these people fucking suck.
Would you like to now apologize for being not only wrong about this being an election issue, but being wrong about your...
I try to be more articulate on this, but sometimes it really just does come down to, oh my God, they suck so bad.
Correction, when I asked you if you were sorry for being wrong.
Look at the underlying source, Piers. I have it printed out.
You said it was a footnote. It wasn't a footnote.
Look at the underlying source. Now, I do want to say one thing about this. I actually agree with a lot of what Brianna and what Dave Rubin said. I actually agree with it. I am not the savior here to do X, Y, or Z for trans people. What I'm saying is I don't actually think I even need to play that role. I don't think this is the issue that maybe you think I believe it to be. So I agree with a lot of what Dave Rubin and Brianna said there. I do think it's important to consider that when Dave Rubin talks about well-funded this or that, his Russian money source just dried up, and he's the last person who should be talking about funding sources.
The thing is, Rubin's the one who was most guilty in this, to the point where every news publication was like, yeah, it was totally Dave Rubin.
To be honest, Dave,
he was individual one.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
That's what David should be calling him, individual one.
Hold on a second. I can't even hear Ben. Why would Ben jump in? I'm not even addressing Ben.
Hang on. You made a very direct charge against Dave Rubin. Let Dave Rubin reply to that.
No one believes your BS anymore. Jesus Christ, these people are so pathetic.
They've been indicted, Rubin. The Tenet Media people were indicted.
I got indicted.
He was not indicted. And it said in the report, if you weren't a smug prick, to quote him
earlier,
I
didn't say Rubin was indicted. I just said the money dried up.
That Dave Rubin and the others involved did not know about it. And this is why people think you're kind of a jackass.
Yes, this is why everyone hates you.
Words in my mouth.
This is the reason why.
They're literally doing, this is why everyone hates you. They did this to Sam Cedar, too. This is why you're not invited on shows. You're just such a prick.
You read the report. And by the way, Pakman, if this happened to you, and in the
Ben's
report it said you were unaware,
yeah.
if it said that you were unaware, I would defend you, because I don't think you indict people for things.
I'm defending Dave.
Says in the indictment, they had no knowledge of the money, where it was coming from. So don't be a jackass.
I'm defending Dave on that note. But the money dried up.
Pac-Man,
you're being a tool, man.
You are no real Pac-Man, which I'm quite good at. There's a reason, Piers. There's a reason that everyone hates progressives, and the reason that everyone hates progressives, it's not just that they're wrong about all of the issues and they will lie and their only real goal is power. It's because they're also smug elitists. And Pac-Man, I did see online the other day you were crying because your audience is purging you and you're running.
It's the sweaters, guys. I think it's the sweaters.
Out of subscribers, and you're in a doom loop and the reason is no one gives, Piers, pardon me, a shit about this woke bullshit anymore. We've had it, and now you guys can sit back and be quiet. You want to talk about people being paid for their ideas?
Just let me address this.
It's you people who have had the entire cultural machine for 20 years. You've had all of entertainment. You have had all of Hollywood. You have had all of music. You've had all your P. Diddy parties.
It's because everything you produce is lame bullshit. Dude, have you ever actually watched like a CBN, the Christian Broadcast Network, original broadcast? Holy crap. It is just as lame as, like, if you ever went to church and you had one of those, super into God teenagers that were just totally against party, totally against having fun. And they were just, guys, I made a music video about why you shouldn't do drugs. Drugs aren't cool. And it was like set to like Britney Spears or something.
And Epstein.
That's why.
Everything else. And now enough of us have had it. So crawl back into your little irrelevant cave. It's time, bro.
Can I address any of that, Piers? Is that allowed?
Sure.
Okay. It is absolutely true that in the 48 hours after the election, a lot of very upset leftists started pulling back from political content. I was hit by it.
No, not from political content, from your political content.
I have to be able to talk about it,
about everything.
I have to be able to talk.
I hate to say this, I actually gained subs.
I have to be able to get a word in, unless you just want Dave Rubin to talk. Let me know, Piers.
I love hearing Dave Rubin.
I would prefer that.
Okay. No, if there's
hey guys, get a room or take that private because woof.
No rebuttal allowed, then I won't rebut.
You've probably done most of the talking so far. So why don't you do a bit more talking?
I love hearing Dave Rubin
I'll
talk.
say this and then I'll be quiet the rest of the show.
Because Brian hasn't said anything for ages. I want to bring him in.
The theme, I want Brian to win. That completely reversed. I do think that it must be that Dave is upset that Brian and I have surpassed him in viewership and subscribers. Because if you just look at the numbers, it lasted 48 hours. They all came back.
I don't even know who this other guy is.
Well, look, if it's going to come to that, I'm the biggest rocket in the room, right? I mean, it's like as Trump said to Kim Jong-un, you got your little rocket, I got my big rocket. So let's not get into the size of each other's YouTube rocket.
But that's the smug nonsense. Nobody cares about that.
It's the facts, Dave.
I honestly have no idea what you're.
Let me bring in Brian.
I'm a firecracker.
What your views are, but I couldn't care less. I know your ideas are terrible. Like, I don't care what your views are. Who cares?
Let me bring in Brian.
You brought it up.
Brian,
oh no, I'm probably a sparkler.
On a wider point about this whole issue of wokeism. You know, Elon Musk was big on this for the entire presidential campaign, saying that there's a woke mind virus and it's going to get rejected. It has inarguably been rejected. And I do think we have reached a tipping point now where people have just felt that the left has gone so far bonkers. Look at Bill Maher. Bill Maher's politically where I am, pretty much. And he shares my view completely. The liberals basically have gone nuts. They've taken these extreme positions on stuff that most Americans, and in fact it's the same in the UK, but most Americans just feel no connection with whatsoever. As people like Axelrod, Joe Scarborough, Bill Clinton, others, as they all come forward and say this out loud, do you kind of agree with them? I mean, do you accept it? There's got to be a lot of inward looking by the Democrats here to say, we have gone too far here.
Piers, here's why this is not going to go away. Yeah. It's because it's not that Republicans are descending into some woke pit of the depths of hell. It is that everybody else will accept Republican framing on wokeism. Yeah. And so, look, I think...
I mean, he was doing it at the very beginning of this video. He's literally participating in it.
I'm a pretty good indicator of where the mainstream of the Democratic Party is. Do you know how many times I've spoken about trans issues on my shows because they were the #1 issue of the day? Literally never. Literally never. But if you watch Fox News, if you watch all of the ads that happen in this election cycle, you would think that it was insane. All Democrats could think of from the second they woke up in the morning until the second they went to bed at night. It was, how can we get more people surgeries, gender reassignment surgeries, let's get just trans, sports, like the whole thing. It is not what Democrats are talking about, but it's what Republicans exploit in terms of convincing.
I don't agree. Hang on, don't all shout, please. Hang on that one point.
It is so difficult to finish.
Brian, on that one point, all I would say is this: both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have signed up to trans athletes being allowed to compete in women's sport. So it's not a right-wing propaganda campaign to try and tell people that's what's happening. It is official government policy.
Did Kamala Harris say a word? Did Kamala Harris say a word about?
No, because. All right, so I see his point there, but it's the way that you over-report on it. It's the way that, like, you guys make it the issue of the day, therefore you're saying, like, by merit of you guys making it the issue of the day, all of a sudden it takes on broader importance, and then you have so many people talking around the water cooler about it, and then you're like, well, see, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Trans people in this election cycle.
She has definitely spoken about it this year.
Yes.
This year, while she was running to be the president of the United States, which seems like an important distinction in terms of what we're talking about here.
She
mentioned the issue of trans.
Actually, I think she did at the town hall. You're right.
She did. Yeah, she talked about it in CNN during the town hall. But here's the problem with what you're saying is, it's Democrats that advocated and mandate that women have to compete with men in sports. There was no Republican doing that, and you say like it didn't exist now. You say that it's not happening where they're actually doing transitional surgeries to very young children. It's not Republicans that are doing that. Republicans are passing laws to protect kids under 18 from body mutilation. You say that it's the NCAA that's not allowing athletes or the Olympic Committee in boxing at the Olympics. We all watched it, men beating the hell out of women. And then you say it's not an issue of the left. If it's not the left that's doing this, then who is it? Because it sure as hell isn't the right. Yeah. And this is why I go back to the point. You lose elections when you lie to the American people to their face and you say, we're not doing this, when everybody sees you're doing it.
Well, let me again.
First of all,
let me again bring in Brianna, because you are. Hang on. Let me bring in the trans woman, just who's put her hand up.
This is my whole problem with all of this, Piers, is, look, respectfully, the liberal shoves here, you're right. You don't talk about trans issues. You don't invite people like me on. We don't have a say in our own party. And what has happened? This fringe, progressive, nutjob part of our party has hijacked my movement as well as we've hijacked so many other movements. Look at black people. Do you think black people want their local police police department burn down and like defund the police? Of course they don't. Do you think most women want to shout their abortions? Of course they don't. Trans people are just the latest victim. And the problem is the left, like respectfully, trans people don't have a voice on the left. So you're listening to this non-binary, communist, Hamas supporting fringe. And they're the ones talking to Kamala and saying like, look, unless you stand with like vaginoplasty in prison, you're a transphobe. So of course the entire party is going along with that. The problem is then it gives Ben and his ilk this ammunition. So they're the only ones talking to America about these issues. You heard him say a bunch of stuff here that's just not true.
Okay.
And we have to deal with it.
What did I say? It's not true. Hold on.
Separate chat, but I actually, good point was just brought up. The woman in the Olympics was not a man. They went through this. She is a biological woman. It's XY chromosome. And honestly, the fact that he just kind of snidely got away with that needs to be focused on.
What did I say that was not true? Because there's nothing that I just said there.
The woman that was in boxing, we're not sure yet. I personally believe she's intersex, but that is a different issue than calling her.
Well, actually, that's not right. No. Brianna, hang on.
Please, if I'm wrong, let me know.
The latest report is that, hang on, I can answer that. The latest report that came out of France, an investigation that came out of France last week, is that Iman Khalif, who won the gold medal, who fought an opponent who quit after 40 seconds because she'd never been hit that hard, that Iman Khalif has the male chromosomes, and that's why she was banned from the World Championships along with one other fighter. And there's been no actual proof that she doesn't have male chromosomes. So for all intents and purposes, I'm afraid it looks like she is a biological male, albeit not a full biological male. In other words, my understanding.
Again, this is getting to the point where any woman with broad shoulders or a Adam's apple, like, because I've actually known some biological women that had like the Adam's apple. I'm telling you right now, this is going to get them lumped in it. Like, we're about to see a really dark side of society.
Standing from that investigation is that she has male sexual reproductive organs, but not completely.
It's a dude.
But what it does do, it gives her the advantage of male biology, which means that she won the gold medal. But I want to segue out of this.
Wait. So can we argue that because Dave, he sucks at sports, that he's lacking the proper amount of testosterone? Because I'm sure Dave Rubin's not exactly what I would call, a sports guy.
Don't support trans.
Watch, I'm wrong, and he's like an actual baller, and puts up some 3-pointers or whatever.
That's women in women's sports. Just to be clear, we didn't transition.
Can I try something real?
Most of us are under socialized computer.
You know what? Here's the thing. If I'm a liberal, Brianna, and I've spent the last 4 years trying to tell my liberal mates, get off this bullshit about trans athletes destroying women's sport. It may be this election result should serve as the reminder to people, get off this thing.
Exactly.
Because people don't want to hear it.
The only time that I've heard this issue...
Let me give Brian the final word on this, Brian.
Yes.
The only time that I have heard or debated this issue is literally with you and other people who accept right-wing framing on this issue. So the only people who are continuing to perpetuate this as it is right-wing framing.
I'm not right-wing.
We're not talking about it. Again, the only time I hear about it, you can watch MSNBC.
We're being gaslit, guys. This is infuriating.
You can watch communist, Marxist, MSNBC all day long. You will not hear this issue. The only reason that it's put into the zeitgeist on a daily basis.
Let me bring in Dave Rubin every day on my show. They talk about this stuff. Listen, how about we try it this way?
He works for MSNBC.
A simple yes or no answer. Let's try a simple yes or no question to Pac-Man and the guy in the hoodie. Let's try it this way.
Good point. I feel like this whole conversation ignores the fact that no one gives a fuck about women in sports. Exactly.
MSNBC. There's LGBTQ in breaking news right now on MSNBC.
Joe Rogan and the Undertaker brought this up.
MSNBC. I love calling out the BS. It's right there. MSNBC on my phone.
Dude, I don't know what that is.
Hang on, Dave Rubin.
Oh my God.
Dave Rubin.
Yeah, Piers, let me just, I'll try this very simply for our progressive friends here, for Pac-Man and the hoodie guy. If you guys...
Wait a minute. So you guys know how the algorithm curates news for people?
I don't know if you guys have kids, but if you had a 14-year-old girl and she was a wrestler, would you be okay? Yes or no? No other words. Yes or no? Would you be okay with her wrestling a 14-year-old boy?
Well, it's interesting that you say that because I wrestled for a decade, and men and women wrestle together. That's how it works.
Please stop advocating this. It hurts me. It hurts.
That's how it works. I wrestled for a decade. There's no distinction between men and women.
You have a progressive warrior fighting for you.
I've actually got a
better. I've covered this where, again, I've played on co-ed hockey teams where our best player was a girl. So
I have a better question. I have a better question. I have a better question, Brian.
Frankly, I thought Miss Pac-Man was better than regular Pac-Man.
If Floyd Mayweather says, I'm now identifying as a woman and wants to fight against a female biological actual woman, Brian, would you be happy with that?
No, of course not.
So you agree?
It would. Yes, but we're having two different. Piers, we're having two different conversations. I'm saying that the reason the vast majority of Americans think that this was the #1 issue in this election cycle is because a well-funded right-wing media ecosystem.
I love how Brianna's just sitting there taking it. Like, she's literally getting bullied, essentially, by the other guy who's, like, she's playing devil's advocate for right now. This is why she sucks.
And continues to thrust it
Ben, what are you showing
as if this is what Democrats care about. As if this is what Democrats...
Wait, okay, hold on. Wait... Opinion? Oh my God!
What are you talking about?
He pulls up an opinion.
Trump's presidency would mean for trans people like me. Headline MSNBC.
It's an opinion article.
As we speak, but MSNBC never talks about trans issues at all. Yeah, there
They
it
must
is.
have access to some sort of...
That's not the dunk you think it is, man. You kind of just dunked on yourself. Again, the fact that this showed up from his algorithm, because at the very beginning of that was on the front page of his Google. Gee, wonder why that is.
Let me go to Dave Rubin and change subject. Dave Rubin, I want to play you a clip. Hang on.
Yes.
Let's change subject. We've done the trans debate. Hang on.
I have a phone too, and it has MSNBC on it. Yes. Democrats would get nothing for throwing trans Americans under the bus. Where did we get this thing? This is incredible.
Look, you guys can think it's like some gotcha to that MS acknowledges.
I'm changing the subject.
That MS acknowledges the existence of trans people.
I'm changing the subject.
That doesn't mean that this election cycle. That this election cycle was some referendum.
No, dude. This is why it's getting harder and harder to watch Piers Morgan, because, like, for as much as he's an objective observer, yeah, come on, he's railroading this. He lets this asshole in the middle have all the time in the world to be a fucking asshole, and then lets Dave, because he loves the sound of Dave Rubin's voice. But the second BTC's kind of like, no, this is why. I want to change the subject.
Brian, I'm changing the subject. We're running out of time. I want to discuss other things, all right? I want to play a clip of Donald Trump at the White House today. He's just met Joe Biden, and this is what happened.
Politics is tough, and it's, in many cases, not a very nice world, but it is a nice world today, and I appreciate it very much. A transition that's so smooth, it'll be as smooth as it can get, and I very much appreciate that, Joe.
You're welcome.
Now, Dave, I've got to say, kudos to Joe Biden for doing that. Would it not have been better for America if Donald Trump had done that himself?
Thank you. Well, okay.
4 years ago. Serious question.
Serious question.
Yeah, I think you can make that argument, but I think we're long past that argument. I would rather focus on what Joe Biden, I think, did right there, and what we now have in a very interesting, 2+ months of the remainder of the Biden administration, where basically Biden, or whatever's left of Biden, or whoever's driving Biden, no longer.
Wow, can't even give him. You can't in this moment where even Donald Trump was being a bigger person. Dave Rubin has to go and just take it even lower. You gotta love it. This grifting piece of shit
has to placate to the completely lunatic progressive fringe anymore. And Biden actually could take advantage of some of the reordering that we feel throughout the world right now, not just in America, but quite literally across the globe. And he can actually pave the way for a really nice transition into a Trump presidency that I believe is going to reignite the American dream and bring back an 80s style revolution in America. I think we're going to have a burst throughout
not the 80s.
The economy. I think it's going to be cultural. I think we're going to get new music and new art and new creativity and new businesses on the forefront of AI and all of these things. And Biden doesn't, he has too much.
Or we're going to get the 50th iteration of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Come on, dude.
Now, where he could be like, you know what, we're going to get our 5 or 6 American hostages who are somewhere under Gaza back. We can do that. Like he has, there's a real win for Biden to end up with here.
Well, you guys miss me so much. You got to take me. We're going back to the Reaganomics and the trickle down.
Rather than, you ended up.
We are really that greed is good. Like, instead of it just permeating in like the upper middle class or, the upper class of society, it's just everywhere now. Everybody's just trying to get theirs.
With dementia, and then ushered in quite literally the worst candidate in American history, and placated to the radical left for 4 years when you were sold to us as old, moderate Joe. So Biden, and again, we don't know if Biden's running the show or it's Jill or whoever.
Now you admit he's moderate.
But I think there's a real opportunity for him right now to do the right thing and usher in a really strong 4 years for Donald Trump.
Okay, and David Pakman, the appointments that Trump has put forward so far, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy will run a new Department of Government Efficiency. I mean, having the most successful, richest, and possibly smartest guy on the planet getting stuck into government bureaucracy, I would have thought that's very popular, isn't it?
No.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Short answer.
Department for Government Efficiency. new department when Trump wants to eliminate departments, and instead of being run by one person, it's being run by two.
But they are going to eliminate, according to Musk, they are going to eliminate dozens of departments, though. So by the end of the process,
he said he's going to get rid of 300.
So they're going to eliminate departments and create new ones that don't even need to be there.
Departments.
They're going to get rid of a lot of departments, David Pakman. So I mean, that seems to me to be a good thing, doesn't it? Or do you think?
No,
that they
actually, no, because that also, you get rid of those departments, then they're not getting funding, and then we're not like, what the actual? If they're trying to do this, like, yeah, we're trying to consolidate, and then just conveniently put these billionaires who happen to run these industries into power. Like, again, this goes back to the first his first cabinet with Rex Tillerson. Right after the BP oil spill, he was made the Secretary of State. Convenient, right?
Listen, in his first term,
guess what he did? He started. Did he put more money into the investigations for the BP oil spill, or did he try to revoke funding? I'm gonna go with B.
It was not exactly promises made, promises kept. I'm gonna reserve judgment to see what happens, and the reason why. And Dave, honestly, I know we're not getting along here. I do like you. I wish we were still friends. I'd love to get our kids together to play soon. Dave Rubin making predictions is crazy because his predictions always go wrong. Red wave for Republicans in 2018 didn't happen. 30% black vote for Trump in 2020 didn't happen. Republicans get 54 Senate seats in 2022. I've got a list of 30 Rubin predictions.
You can not like him all you want. You might want to start answering, dude, because he's got a laundry list of where you were very confident about this too.
They're always wrong. So I'm going to wait and see. I'm going to wait and see.
I can see why you're looking for new friends, Pac-Man. I think Piers can attest to this. Being in the business we're in, you're going to get election predictions wrong. I have no problem admitting that. I get election predictions wrong all the time. But when it comes to getting the ideas right, I think I've had a pretty damn good track record on that. And again, you're just illustrating why nobody likes.
How come nobody brings up when he was working at TYT and when he definitely wasn't talking this way when he worked there?
Progressives, your smug, holier than thou attitude. It's just disgusting to most people. You think you're the savior for people that want nothing to do with you. And frankly, for all.
Oh, come on. That's a little disingenuous. Everybody was making election predictions at that point.
The David Pac-Man subscribers that want to watch a show that actually is informative and funny.
It was the era in which David did it, where he was just like, I'm very confident about this.
And interesting, and dare I say, irreverent. I would tune into the Rubin Report.
Well, they're probably all watching uncensored at the moment. Let me bring in Brian. I mean, Brian, I thought it was very interesting, this meeting between Trump and Biden. They obviously can't stand each other. They've abused each other all year. But Biden did show him the respect of bringing him to the White House and shaking his hands. And they talked about.
Looked him in the eye. Because if you remember when he went to meet Obama, he was slouched down. He wouldn't even look him in the eye. He kind of did like this little passive, like, okay.
About a smooth transition and stuff. I mean, that is good, isn't it? After the mayhem we saw 4 years ago, I mean, I like to see that. What I would hope is that Trump, in his inauguration speech, hits a much more unifying tone than he did in 2016.
We'll see. We'll see.
Right. I mean, I guess we're 8 years into new tone for Trump. It's never going to.
Yeah. God. Great point.
Happen. He is not that person. Biden afforded him every ounce of respect that he couldn't be bothered to show, and that he couldn't be bothered to show Joe Biden or any Democrat over the last 4 years, while he lied about some big lie, and all of these right-wing mouthpieces perpetuated this lie with zero evidence, and they all just claimed that because Donald Trump was too small to admit that he lost, they all claimed that there must be some fraud, which magically disappeared as soon as 2024 rolled around.
All right,
so there was mass cheating that the Democrats figured out how to do when they didn't control government. But then when Democrats do control government, we just forgot to cheat this time around? The fact is that there is no acknowledgement from the right that for the last 4 years, these Republican officials that are listening to Donald Trump, these Republican mouthpieces like the ones on this panel.
Look at him. And again, you want to sit here and call it like David Pakman smug? This guy just going, well, no, he made a good point. I mean, we are not being very consistent in our moral views.
All lied because it served their political interest, but now they won't acknowledge that he was lying once it doesn't serve their political interest anymore.
All right, Ben, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, let's go back to the question you asked. Is it good for America to see these two men shaking hands and talking? Yes. I actually think it's probably because Joe Biden experienced what Donald Trump experienced for 4 years, and that was people coming after you, trying to undermine you, and having a coup on you. And when the big five of the Democrats...
What? Oh, yes, because there was this large push to, convince people that the election was stolen on the Democratic end.
Party excommunicated Joe Biden.
God, I want to grab him by his ears and just knee to his face,
and said, we're going to force you out. I think he was probably the happiest man in America the night that Kamala Harris lost, because it was revenge for them kicking
Sorry, I don't advocate bullying, but except this guy.
him out. So I think there is a different Joe Biden sitting with a different Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is different now than he was in 2016. And I think these two men have experienced this level of persecution against them. And they're probably...
He looks like he walked into a Great Clips and just said, give me haircut. And that's what they gave him.
There's genuinely more respect now for
not a haircut, just give me a haircut.
The two of them than there has ever been in the last 8 years.
Hang on, Brian. Ben, hang on, Brian.
I've literally never heard such lazy commentary in my entire life.
Ben,
Brian,
again, what's the point of having these panel shows if you can't let one actually respond to the other without Piers just going, well, I need to frame this before we go any further.
Joe Biden was the happiest person in the world. Let
me ask you a question.
My dude.
Excuse me. I run this panel at the moment. Ben, a question for you, Ben, because I put this forward on X and got a lot of blowback from MAGA Republicans. But I said, Trump really wanted to set a different tone for the second administration. What about pardoning Hunter Biden? Not because I think he's innocent of the crimes, but because it would go a long way, perhaps, to showing the left that Trump is a different person, that he is prepared to forgive and move on. What do you think of that?
I think it's a terrible idea. I think you have to be held accountable for your actions. And
see, no, this guy wants more chaos. This guy wants Trump to be Trump. And for everybody, and he's one of these assholes that's just like, well, the left, they have no decorum. They're always coming at us in bad faith. Fuck this guy so hard. I can't even stand it.
And I think the abuse of power by Hunter Biden, by Joe Biden's brother, and by the Biden crime family, and the money they were receiving from Ukraine and from Russia and from China is egregious. Now, let me also say, I think the olive branch is, hey, I'm not going to weaponize the government to come after you. I'm going to let you go out into the sunset, but I'm not going to make it easy.
How come nobody can call it? Like, again, they run protection for these guys because that was one of the dumbest points made in this entire hour.
On you and do this pardon, which, by the way, if he did pardon him, I'm a realist. The two people in these boxes over here, I promise you, there's no way that would make them like Donald Trump. They would still hate him. They would still come after him. They would still say he's Hitler and we're all Nazis. And so I'm sorry, their elections have consequences. We kicked your ass. We're going to go in and do government.
Let me bring in Brianna.
And that's the way it's going to be.
Okay, let me bring in Brianna. Brianna, just on a big picture here. Sure. Brianna, as an American, Brianna, what would you like to hear Trump say on Inauguration Day?
I would like to see us find a way to move forward as a country. I've thought so much, Piers, about what I'm going to do differently this time.
Well, it's kind of weird. Wouldn't that include, I don't know, having some Democrats on like in a cabinet position as a show of good faith, kind of like Kamala Harris was doing, even though to her detriment?
Around because Resistance 2.0 is not what the country needs right now. Don't get me wrong. I am a Democrat. I worked 16-hour days trying to get Kamala Harris elected. This election broke my heart. But at the same time, what is frustrating to me about this panel is I see my fellow Democrats and we're sliding into the same mistakes that brought us here. The American people do not care respectfully about your show viewer count. They don't care about this left versus
she's right about that.
Right nonsense. They are looking for stuff that makes their lives better. So what I am committed to doing is Trump has done some stuff I think is good. I think he's taking a much harder stand on Israel. I like the people he's appointing to represent us.
How so?
To bring our countries closer together.
Wait, what is she reading? Because I'm not even kidding about this because just, what was it, 2 days ago, the guy in the position that is over. Oh, Mike Huckabee. Fucking Mike Huckabee was talking about how they don't have. They're not even people. So, like, what is she talking about? Is she just hearing like what she wants to hear?
Really spit in the Jewish community's face. And, what I'm willing to do as an American, not as a Democrat. So when he does stuff like that, I agree with, I will stand with him. And, Ben, you're wrong. If Trump were to come forward tomorrow and say, for the good of the country, I am pardoning Hunter Biden because these charges are just out of proportion to the issue at hand, that would mean a lot to me. But what I need for y'all to do is to give some of that goodwill back. We are not going to move forward as a country if everyone on this panel cannot stop hating each other at some point.
To let someone get away with abusing their power. That's not goodwill.
Pick something else.
Other chat, her takes on Israel are pretty bonkers in general.
When you abuse the power you're given,
well, I actually personally,
now I kind of want to look into it.
I think Joe Biden, before he goes out of office, I think he should pardon Trump for the ridiculous Stormy Daniels case. I honestly do.
Wait, can I ask a question here?
Oh my God!
Can I ask a question?
Oh, even if he did, this dipshit on the bottom there would just be like, I think that Trump should just slap his hand away or slap the paper away and be like, get out of here, nerd.
Yeah. Ben, do you think that Donald Trump should go through with his sentencing then because everybody should be held accountable for their crimes?
I don't. No, I think the whole thing was a farce.
No.
I think the whole Stormy Daniels case, I think Joe
Biden
should pardon him and end the whole thing now.
Do you think that Donald Trump should be allowed to be continued being prosecuted for in the Washington, D.C. case or the classified documents case or the Georgia RICO prosecution since everybody has to be held accountable for their crimes?
No, because I think it's very clear that it says you cannot go after a sitting president. And I think we all know
That's
his
not what
law
I asked
there. And
you.
every
That's
time
not what I asked
I
you.
just
You
answered
said-
the
that's not what
question.
I
I
asked
just said no. The first thing came out of my mouth was the word no. And then I
That's the funny part. He wasn't a sitting president at that point either.
explained why. You need to
So
listen.
you said
I
everybody should be
no.
held accountable for their crimes, but not Trump.
The American people just held Donald Trump accountable, and they said they thought it was crap, and they reelected him. Pay
That's not how it
attention.
works.
No, that's not how that works,
Yes, it is.
dude.
You
It's
said
exactly
you
how
said
it
that
works.
everybody
And
should be
that's
held
why-
accountable for
and
their
that
crimes.
is exactly
Do you
why
believe?
they have said we're going to wind it all down. That's
Okay,
exactly why
listen, Dave Rubin has to leave in a couple of minutes. Dave, you talked about predictions for elections. It would be remiss of me not to point out that about 9 days before the election, I said this on Fox News. Look, my gut feeling, and I had this in 2016, and when I was saying it and writing it in 2016, people were laughing at me. But I kept saying, I'm getting a feeling that the Trump train is steaming to victory. I get that feeling again now. I've been in LA, I've been in New York.
He's so fucking proud of himself.
Who did not vote Trump last time, but who are prepared this time. Even if they don't like him, they're prepared to vote for him this time to stop Kamala Harris becoming president. I'm going on my gut, and I'm feeling he could actually end up winning quite big. You know the moral of that story, Dave Rubin, is always trust a British gut, is the moral of that story.
Yeah, well, the moral.
Oh, yes, because your gut has given us such great cuisines as fish and chips and porridge?
The moral of the story, I think, for the progressives is stop being so authoritarian and hysterical and better than everybody, because what you've done is you've taken all of the good liberals of America, of which there are many, and most of them are now Republicans, or at least voting for Republicans. And I would like to say to Brianna, who I've enjoyed watching a bit of her evolution here, is that what I think you're going to find over the next year or two is that consistent...
Brianna Wu and Anna Kasparian coming next year.
You are going to have some differences with people on the right, but they are going to welcome you. They are going to treat you with respect. They're going to agree to disagree, and you're going to have rich conversations and find an awful lot of agreement where you thought there would only be scorched earth. And on the other side of it, you're going to find exactly what you have found over the course of this panel. And I think very quickly that will change your party affiliation. But maybe I'm wrong, because I do get some predictions wrong. We'll see.
Well, thank you, Dave Rubin. Thank you. Sorry, who was that? Yeah, Brianna, last word to you. Last word to Brianna.
I hear what you're saying, Dave, and respectfully, trans rights are under attack like I've never seen in my entire life. And I transitioned over 20 years ago. So I will not be moving to the other side like you, but I'm always open for conversation. We got trans rights by policies right down the middle, and it's what this fringe left has completely thrown us under the bus on. So
yeah, and you know what, Brianna? I think that's such an important point. I absolutely and have always wanted fairness and equality.
That's so weird, because so what he did is he framed this argument. He made the argument about the dumbest part about all of these, like the trans sports thing, not trans equality, none of that. And then he just kind of throws it to her, and she's confirming him, like, his thoughts that, the leftists are the problem for even bringing this up and standing up for the idea of trans people in sports and standing up for us. That's the problem.
For all trans people.
She is, what the hell?
Of the same kind that I enjoy, but not to the point where it starts to erode women's rights. Exactly. And that's the crucial debate that has to be properly had.
Pierce,
and that's the one Democrats have failed
on. Pierce, this whole thing changed 10 years ago. If I was writing a book on the history of trans rights and when it went wrong, it was on your show. 10 years ago, Janet Mock on CNN, you held an interview with her. We were not talking about trans stuff back then. Everyone in the community was thrilled about it. What did she do? She went on your program. She lectured you. She was beyond rude. She told you she was not interested in your opinion on anything. She just shut you down. It was this.
Well, worse than that, she said that I was very respectful to her. I gave her the platform of CNN Primetime Worldwide. And then because I said that she was born a boy and then transitioned to be a trans woman, she said that was transphobic and tried to basically destroy me. And right there was the start of this nonsense. Obviously, I wasn't being transphobic. Actually, I was being completely biologically, scientifically accurate. She was born a biological boy, and she transitioned and became a trans woman. And I have full respect for her for doing that. But don't then go after people who actually are allies. That's the irony.
But Pierce, this is the problem. I'm saying this to you respectfully, but I've seen your evolution over the last 10 years, and I understand why you have less patience from my side than you did 10 years ago.
I feel like it's unnecessary to say that, though.
I get it. I deal with these freaks every day. But you've got to, our stories, people that understand that actually medically transition, our stories are not in the media. No one is talking to us. We're horrified by all this nonsense.
I agree.
Brianna, give us a shot.
Brianna, it's why you're such an important voice in this. Because again, I have repeatedly said the people I feel most sorry for are people who have transitioned, who are just trying to get on with their lives and be treated equally and fairly, and they're getting dragged into all these ludicrous headlines like 6'4" biological.
Yeah, you're the ones producing the headlines. Weird how that works.
Male who was crap at swimming in the men's game transitions and suddenly beats women by 50 seconds. It is bullshit.
By the way,
Didn't she get like 5th place? Wait a minute. Especially because the one who actually like had a problem with it, that was the whole issue.
That's not at odds with anything. That's not at odds with anything that the Trump administration is pushing right now. Remember, years ago, many years ago, when Trump was asked about trans bathrooms, he said, "Hey, I build hotels. You want to tell me I can have one bathroom? That's fine."
And by the way, when it comes to Trump and the LGBTQ community, can we just remind us? In fact, why don't we? Given it's been quite a contentious panel. Trump has been ending his rallies with the famous YMCA dance, right? Which is a gay anthem performed by a bunch of gay guys, right? And is now taken fire and has now become a trend around the world. Why don't we all come together as one big cis LGBT, whatever you want to call it, community, and have a little dance? Here we go.
I'm so glad they muted this, but I'm gonna get past that cringy part right there.
Brianna, lovely to have you all on the program. Thank you all very much indeed. Enjoyed the spirited debate. Long may it continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, now the Democratic campaign has been labelled a $1 billion disaster by dissenting voices within the DNC amid reports of lavish spending on celebrities. Despite record-breaking fundraising, the campaign somehow appears to have ended up in debt. Joining me now is Lindy Lee, a Democratic donor and a member of the DNC's National Finance Committee. Well, welcome to you, Lindy. It seems quite extraordinary that Kamala Harris should get all this cash and then still get into debt. How has that happened?
Your guess is as best as mine. So thank you so much for having me. And it's just amazing how every single hour more reports come out to substantiate what I've been saying. Just in the last couple of hours, more reports are coming out about how even the DNC chair, Jamie Harrison, is shocked at the amount of debt that we're going to be saddled with in the years to come. And we don't even know the
DNC whistleblower. You know what? I don't know. This kind of, I'm not even sure if I care, to be completely honest, because what's this accomplishing? Aside from just being like, hey, look how embarrassing this is. It's whatever. Also, I think that she's doing the whistleblower thing, but also I don't know, like she has absolutely, nothing in the Democratic Party. It seems like she's abandoning ship and just trying to make sure that she's, not on the bad side here. That was, frustrating. Yeah, Brianna Wu is definitely, is that her name? Yeah, right? Forgot her name already. I'm not actually really familiar with her outside of just other content creators talking about her. It was kind of shocking to me when she was mentioning that she, worked for the Kamala Harris campaign and all that. It's like, wow, could have fooled me. Seems like you definitely are beyond contrarian on this one. But oh boy. Alrighty, well, I'm gonna end this one. But let me know what you think about that. Let me know if do you think that it's right wing framing? Do you think that it's like this whole bubble and realistically? I don't know, maybe they're kind of obsessed with that, and the actual issues that we are talking about specifically have to do with, legislation going against, trans activists and trans people, screw us. So yeah, let me know what you think about that. Leave a like, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed. I really appreciate it, trying to get to 1,000, so I'll see you in the next one. All right. Give me 1 second here. We're going to go on to the next topic, but I got to go let my other dog out. She is barking up a storm, so just give me 1 second. Let's see, where was it? I think You know what? Let's put this on real quick. Oh, jeez. Right. I am so Midwestern. No, not Here we go.
COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. Maybe a brainworm ate that part of my memory.
We want you to come up with things and ideas and what you've been talking about for a long time, and I think you're going to do some unbelievable thing. Nobody's going to be able to do it like you, and boy, does he feel it in his heart. So congratulations also to your family.
You know, politics makes strange bedfellows, Wolf, and Governor Jared Polis, a Democrat from Colorado, just came out in support of RFK Jr.'s nomination as Health and Human Services Secretary. And so there will be a confirmation process, and the Senate will be able to review all of RFK Jr.'s positions, including with respect to vaccinations. And I'm sure they will have a robust discussion and confirmation process. Ultimately, I think RFK Jr. obviously has raised significant issues on things like chronic illness, like obesity in America. And these are issues that we do need to tackle from a federal level, working with our partners in state government.
In Samoa, RFK went and rallied that country against vaccinations when there was a measles outbreak. It resulted in the deaths of 83 innocent children. You see pictures of me vaccinating people there. Basically what he did is he scared that country away from vaccinations. And measles will kill young people.
I'm back.
It caused 5,000 additional cases. We vaccinated 36,997 people to basically stop the measles. But it was too late for 83 children.
You know, frankly, I find it chilling. I had spent 13 years working at the CDC. A large part of that time was during a Republican administration. And one of the things that was always certain was that the Secretary of Health and Human Services believed in science, believed in the power of public health science to improve people's lives.
I have great concerns for someone who has shown complete disregard for public health.
Speaker Johnson, can I ask about
the fact that it's become so politicized in the first place is kind of, I don't know, troubling.
Trump chose RFK for his HHS pick. Do you have any reaction to that?
I put out a statement. I didn't. I knew he was considering them, and I think it brings a lot to the table. So.
Stay up to date with this story and more. Subscribe to our Watch Fox YouTube page. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and click the notification bell to never miss.
Wait.
We've got some major breaking news here, but first, just to set the stage, earlier today, Donald Trump nominated Matt Gaetz to be Attorney General, which led to this announcement from Mike Johnson.
Matt and I were classmates. We came to Congress at the same time in the 115th Congress in January 2017, and alphabetically.
Wait, so does that mean that he actually has to resign?
We were seated right next to one another.
Does that open his seat?
Committee. We served there together for 7 years.
I know his district's pretty red, so that doesn't matter.
Meetings. So I got to know Matt very well. Look, I'll say this. Everyone who served with him will tell you he's one of the most intelligent members of Congress. He's an accomplished attorney. He's very concerned about the lawfare that has been occurring in the Department of Justice under the Biden administration, and the fact that the American...
Wait a minute. If that's true, then even as a Republican, that should scare the crap out of you.
People have lost their faith in our institutions of justice because of everything that they've seen. He's a reformer in his mind and heart, and I think that he'll bring a lot to the table on that. I think out of deference to us, he issued his resignation letter effective immediately of Congress. That caught us by surprise a little bit, but I asked him what the reasoning was, and he said, well, you can't have too many absences. So under Florida state law, there's about an 8-week period to select and fill a vacant seat. And so by doing so today, that allows me, I've already placed a call to Governor DeSantis in Florida and said, let's start the clock. He's in Italy at the moment, and so we're going to talk first thing in the morning.
Wait.
If we start,
so they fill the, because this was the whole thing with the Blagojevich thing with with Barack Obama. So,
now,
man.
if you do the math, we may be able to fill that seat as early as January 3rd when we take the new oath of office for the new Congress. So Matt would have done us a great service by making that decision as he did on the fly. And so we're grateful for that. So we move forward. Look, I'll say this about people have asked me all day long. President Trump is poaching all of your talent. Yes, but we have an embarrassment of riches here. The Republican conference is full of talented people who are extraordinary leaders and have great expertise, and everyone in this
dude, you barely were the speaker.
Congress in this conference could serve in a leadership position.
That Gaetz had already resigned from Congress, which obviously led to a lot of speculation. Was he just that bullish on the prospects
Matt
of
Gaetz,
confirmation?
the guy who,
because let's face it, he's not the most popular guy in the Senate.
Cucked by
Already a
Rando at the
number of
RNC.
Republican
Yes, that guy.
senators expressed, let's say, chilliness to the prospect
and also,
of him
like,
becoming
it
the next
increased
Attorney
his
General.
he increased
But
his
then it became
eyebrows
clear
like
exactly why he resigned, and it wasn't because he was just that certain that he would get confirmed by the Senate. This was reported by Punchbowl News. Quote, Representative Matt Gaetz's resignation from Congress came 2 days before the House Ethics Committee was set to vote on releasing a highly damaging report outlining its investigation into the Republican, according to multiple sources familiar with the probe. The committee planned to vote Friday on releasing the report. Ethics loses its jurisdiction over Gaetz when he leaves Congress.
I hate to give them credit on this, but damn it, they spun this one pretty well, guys. I don't see this one going anywhere beyond, BTC here.
Congress. The secretive panel has been investigating Gaetz on and off since 2021. President-elect Donald Trump announced that he would nominate Gaetz to be Attorney General Wednesday. In other words, Gaetz knew that he was about to be skewered by a devastating report by the House Ethics Committee, a committee that was, by the way, controlled by Republicans, his own party. And so in order to get out ahead of that, he used the pretense of an AG nomination to resign so that he wouldn't face the humiliation of the ethics report. And what's worse, Trump was in on it, clearly. Let's not pretend that Trump didn't know this. I don't believe for a single second that they didn't have a heads up here, meaning Trump used the Attorney General of the United States of America spot as a vehicle to get Matt Gaetz out of legal trouble. Like, I just need to reiterate that for a second. Gaetz is about to be the subject of a damning expose that was regarding his illegal behavior, and in order to distract from that and give him an out, Trump offered him the role of the top law enforcement official in the United States of America? I'm sorry, but what in the actual fuck? Like, can we take a step back for a second? Even Republicans out there have to recognize that maybe putting someone who is currently contending with allegations of sex trafficking and other crimes for which there was apparently enough evidence that even a Republican-led committee felt the need to continue investigating in charge of the Justice Department may not be a great idea. Perhaps there's some bar, some threshold where putting people who are so aggressively and overtly hostile to the mission of the agency that they're leading shouldn't be crossed. Perhaps with the agency tasked with holding criminals to account, one might think that the Law and Order Party, even with a convicted felon at the helm, might care at least a little about actual law and order. Now, for those who aren't aware of the Ethics Committee investigation, a witness had told
the fact that he's still like, you'd think that they'd be consistent in anything. Surprise!
For the committee that Gaetz had paid her via Venmo for sex. According to ABC News, investigators have interviewed at least half a dozen women who allegedly attended parties where the Florida congressman was also present and who were paid by Joel Greenberg, Gaetz's one-time close friend. Greenberg was sentenced in 2022 to 11 years in federal prison after pleading guilty to multiple charges, including sex trafficking a minor and introducing the minor to other adult men. Also in the article, in the interviews, which have previously not been reported, some witnesses have shown Venmo payments they allegedly received from Gaetz and asked if those payments were for sexual activities, sources said. Some of the witnesses have been subpoenaed by the committee, while others have agreed to cooperate according to the sources. And of course, with characteristic defiance, Gaetz had responded to this news by posting, "The House Ethics Committee had closed 4 probes into me, which emerged from lies intended solely to smear me. Instead of working with me to ban congressional stock trading, the ethics..."
Dude, it was literally proven that you were trafficking 17, allegedly, at least through the text messages, okay? So they were definitely proven to be 17-year-old girls.
The committee is now opening new frivolous investigations. They are doing this to avoid the obvious fact that every investigation into me ends the same way, my exoneration. This is Soviet. Kevin McCarthy showed them the man, and they are now trying to find the crime.
Titles are dramatic. You should see anything produced by Midas Touch.
And McCarthy and his goons know it. And of course, the jab at McCarthy should come
Everything
as
with
no
Midas
surprise,
touch is
given
just like,
McCarthy's
Trump
public
is
comments
going
about Matt Gaetz
down,
regarding
Trump
this very
numbers
topic.
down.
But you want Gaetz to lose. Clearly, you're supporting his primary opponent. Why do you want him out?
Although, you know what? Real quick, this is part of the YouTube game. I don't know why. I don't know why it's like this at all, but I noticed this with a few of my titles when I was just starting out, where I would, not use any of the capitals. I was trying to be like, I don't want to be like every other YouTuber. But then I was like, okay, let's just see where I just make one random word capital. And then it was just like, oh, here, you get 100+ new views in a hour. It was ridiculous. So it was too funny.
Just because is it simply because he led the charge to push
No, I just don't think Gaetz is a conservative. I mean, and if you think about it, if there's anybody who should go to trial, I mean, Gaetz is one who should be convicted in a trial.
Why? Why do you say that?
Well, we all know the challenge here. You can't sleep with underage women and think you can get away with it. And
he denies that.
Well, the women don't, and so
see,
there's people in jail.
I was not wrong. I like when
that's a place that people should have a court.
I remember things like that.
I just don't think that as an individual should be represented in Congress.
You made a lot of concessions in the negotiations.
No, I didn't. Okay,
is that
let's get to the bottom of that.
Right?
That is such a misnomer in life. Let me give you the truth about that now. And I'll give you the truth why I'm not speaker. It's because one person, a member of Congress, wanted me to stop an ethics complaint because he slept with a 17-year-old. An ethics complaint that started before I ever became speaker, and that's illegal, and I'm not going to get in the middle. Did he do it or not? I don't know. But ethics is looking at it. There's other people in jail because of it. And he wanted me to influence it.
In fact, it wasn't just Kevin McCarthy. Here's another Republican calling out Gaetz publicly.
The House is a rough and rowdy place, but Mike Johnson is going to be just fine. I served 20 years in the military. It's my absolute honor to be in Congress, but I served with some real scumbags. Look, Matt Gaetz, he paid minors to have sex with him at drug parties. Bob Good endorsed my opponent, a known neo-Nazi.
Wait a minute. What happened? What was it? Madison Cawthorn. What happened to the whole thing with him? The guy in the wheelchair that was in his 20s. He was the youngest congressman, and he got in in trouble for exposing him. He was like, "Yeah, I was getting invited to orgies by people in the Republican caucus." And then he mysteriously lost his election.
With white hoods in the daytime.
And look, I will note for posterity that the Justice Department opted not to charge Matt Gaetz, which I suppose shouldn't come as much of a surprise at the hands of Merrick Garland's DOJ, whose MO is never offering even the optics of any politicization. But the fact that a Republican-led House committee pursued this topic anyway is perhaps a testament to how damning it is. And yet, maybe that's why Matt Gaetz not only wants to be Attorney General now, but has been clamoring for it publicly for over a year. Here he is in August 2023 threatening the prospect of becoming Attorney General then.
You never know, David. It may be an Attorney General Matt Gaetz down the road or someone of my liking who will be there to actually enforce the law and provide the accountability, not just the vision.
Why is he the one that gets a prediction right?
But the actual accountability, the people that are sending you those messages deserve that in a free and just and constitutional republic.
Justice doesn't exist.
We
I'm sorry.
We absolutely do. And I like that. Attorney General Matt Gaetz. Are you kidding me? Man.
The world is not ready. Probably. Certainly Senate confirmation wouldn't be. But,
we're getting
a
there.
Boy can dream.
Not unlike Trump, Gaetz probably recognizes that the easiest way to avoid being held accountable by the government is to run it. And it's not far-fetched to imagine why a president who is using his office right now to avoid prosecution would then nominate someone whose promotion to the head of the DOJ would also help him avoid accountability.
Yeah.
Birds of a feather. So at this point, we now wait to see what happens with regard to the House ethics vote on releasing...
God, it's so weird. It's like when they were kids and they were listening to lessons about Nixon, they were just using it as just okay, so don't do what he did, and then we have to make sure that we have everybody in line to make sure that we're protected. That's the problem.
As Punchbowl mentioned, this basically becomes moot now that Gaetz is no longer a member of Congress, but perhaps this Republican-led committee still votes to release the findings anyway. We also wait to see what happens with regard to the Senate vote to confirm Matt Gaetz as Attorney General, especially in light of this news. Hopefully, in both of these scenarios, sanity will prevail, but we don't have much reason for optimism.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's depression sweaters. Here we go.
I'm joined now by Congressman Daniel Goldman. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thanks for having me again, Brian.
So we've just found out that Donald Trump had teased this idea while speaking to Republicans about the prospect of running for a third term. And this is especially timely right now because you just introduced a resolution.
This was actually the one I wanted to cover.
On exactly this topic. So first off, can you explain what this resolution says?
Well, the resolution is pretty simple and straightforward. It recites a number of times where Donald Trump has referenced the possibility of him staying on as president or dictator for more than 2 terms. And after FDR served 4 terms or won 4 elections, the Constitution was amended with the 22nd Amendment that made it very clear that a president shall serve 2 terms and 2 terms only. So this resolution just reaffirms that the 22nd Amendment means the 2 terms, including in the aggregate, meaning non-consecutive terms. And it also says that it applies to Donald Trump. And this should be a no-brainer for anybody who cares about the Constitution.
Yeah.
Do you anticipate...
So I need to brush up on this one. Maybe we'll do it here after this, but I definitely want to brush up on how FDR, because I know it was a war powers thing, but... and also like a popularity thing, but
that Mike Johnson will even
he keeps saying like, well, FDR did it. If FDR can do it, I can do it.
Allow this to be brought up for a vote?
I have no idea. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't. This is...
Well, I can think of one reason why he wouldn't want to bring this up for a vote.
Well, I'm sorry, you're right. I mean, Donald Trump is the reason that he would not do it, of course, because Trump, completely controls him, is a wholly owned subsidiary of this at this point. But when you look at the Constitution and you look at the law, it's so basic. It's so clear that there really is no reason why anyone who upholds an oath to the Constitution would ever vote against this. And so I think it would be a very important message for Speaker Johnson to send to Donald Trump and to everyone else that this Republican Congress, now that they are fully in control, is still going to adhere to the Constitution.
Well, the success of this resolution notwithstanding, can you, for posterity, explain what the 22nd Amendment does and whether, more importantly, there's any way for Republicans to be able to subvert it in deference to Trump?
Well, I'm certainly not going to try to come up with different ways. I mean, it is, as I mentioned, pretty straightforward in that it simply says that no president is allowed to serve more than 2 terms. And obviously it was passed ratified in 1951, shortly after FDR won 4 elections in a row before he passed away. And I think there are very good reasons for it. What you hear a lot from the Republicans is some cockamamie explanation that because there were investigations and impeachments into Donald Trump in his first term, that somehow that doesn't count as a first term. So, I don't know, I would respond to them in their own vernacular that, well,
then Bill Clinton can run again.
If that is the case, you say that he won the 2020 election, so he already had another term.
You just
correct.
Wait a minute.
With that said, what is the process?
You hear an ominous sax in the background. All of a sudden, guys, they said that if I was impeached, I could come back.
You're going to be wondering about that. They're going to look at the 22nd Amendment, and even if it is respected, what is the process for amending or withdrawing that amendment? What does that process look like?
Well, you have to change the Constitution, which is an onerous task, requires 2/3 of the House and the Senate and 3/4 of state legislatures in order to do that. I mean, that's the most common way, and that's not going to happen. So it's not that the Constitution is going to change; it's that somehow Donald Trump would make an argument adopted by Republicans who, as I said, are wholly owned subsidiaries of him.
That's my worry about this.
It doesn't apply to him either because it's non-consecutive terms or because of the bogus explanation for the first term. And effectively, he would overrule the Constitution, undo our democracy, and become a dictator.
That's
the thing I was kind of going to get at, if I can go.
Okay, so this is where we want to be very careful about how alarmist we get right now with this kind of stuff, because we don't want to be in this position later down the line where they're just like, yeah, they've been crowing about this for so long. Look. Because it doesn't work the way that we think it does. We are just like, yeah, we've been talking about this forever. Somehow they have spun it where it's just like, well, the left has just been obsessing about this. It's the woke mob.
Go full cynic for a moment, which to a degree might be warranted, but there is this idea that our laws and our norms are only as strong as our government's own willingness to enforce it. And so is there some degree of worry, at least among you folks? I mean, if anybody understands the threats to democracy, it is the House Democrats, right? It's the Democratic Conference.
in the House and the Senate. So is there any worry that kind of the party-wide apparatus, at least on the right, is so blindly deferential to Trump that they will put him above any adherence to the Constitution itself?
You raise a really, really important point, especially now that it looks like the Republicans are not only going to have the presidency and Donald Trump, but also have the majority in the Senate and the House. They have full control of all three bodies of government. And so if our Constitution and our democracy is going to survive someone like Donald Trump, who has already tried to undermine it in his first term and has made it very clear that his intentions are much more devious in his second term.
Yeah, I mean, so are they putting something about, like, in this specifically referring to January 6th, or are they, like, I'm kind of, that's where I'm lost in this. Like, how can they just apply this to Donald Trump?
It's going to have to come in part from Republicans who have the responsibility of governing, who have taken an oath to the Constitution, not to Donald Trump, and who are going to have to stand up to his worst instincts to make sure that we continue to have a functioning democracy based on the rule of law, and that where checks and balances and our Constitution prevails.
Do you think there's an appetite among those people, from what you've seen, from the conversations that you've had, and also on the flip side, knowing the mandate that he has, given the fact that he's improved his lot among, across the country in all demographic groups, and loyalty or fealty to him was basically the litmus test in this election? Do you think there's going to be an appetite for people in the Republican Party to serve as something of a bulwark against him, against his worst instincts, I should say?
I think there's very little appetite in the House, and we saw that this Congress that we're still serving in, the 118th, because the Freedom Caucus, the extreme right, the MAGA Republicans completely controlled the House. There traditionally have been more thoughtful measure.
So can they technically, I just missed this last part, so if they said it, oops. But can they repeal the 22nd Amendment like that?
Republicans in the Senate, where there are 6-year terms and you're not up for re-election every 2 years. And so I certainly think that even though Trump has more control over the Senate, there are institutionalists, there are people who recognize that their legacy is also on the line here. And I think a lot of Republicans are going to be faced with a question that they have not yet been faced with. And when people face decisions, rather than hypotheticals, they often have different answers. But that question is going to be, what do you want your legacy to be? Do you want to be someone who goes down in history helping Donald Trump undermine our democracy, overrule our Constitution, and turn this country into a banana republic? Because they will be on the hook.
There's enough, I've been differentiating between Trump supporters and Trump voters. There's definitely a large enough contingent of Trump voters who voted this cycle that would have a huge problem with that.
And that's part of the reason why Mike Johnson ultimately moved forward with Ukraine aid, is he understood the intelligence. He understood how essential that aid was to defend Ukraine, a democracy.
You have to ratify another
and he didn't want
amendment
to go
to
down in
repeal the
history
previous
as the
one.
enabler of Vladimir Putin to take over Ukraine. And all of the other Republicans are going to be faced with a similar or many similar questions in this upcoming 2 years.
Well, that's a good segue into what a lot of Senate Republicans are going to do when they are faced with the opportunity of either voting for or against someone like Matt Gaetz for Attorney General. Can I have your initial reaction to the news that Trump's nominated Gaetz as AG?
It's
plays into our last video.
It's pretty remarkable. I like to say that nothing surprises me about Donald Trump after I've spent 5 years essentially immersed in standing up to him. But this one really stretches the limits of imagination. Matt Gaetz is currently under an ethics investigation in the Congress that was started after a serious criminal investigation of him for sleeping with underage women and traveling out of state and out of the country with them, among perhaps other things. And so the idea that you would put somebody who clearly has such a vendetta against the Department of Justice in control of the Department of Justice, someone who is so unserious,
thank you for that chatter,
so unqualified, is scary.
Sorry,
but Matt Gaetz is not the only one, Brian.
So it's 3/4 to ratify. So it's going to be very hard to ratify any amendments at this point politically. So.
And I mean, you have Tulsi Gabbard now, who was nominated to oversee the entire intelligence community. And there are many, many people who believe
unless we have
Tulsi
that many
Gabbard
treacherous Democrats in our system, which
is either a witting or unwitting agent of Vladimir Putin. And now she's overseeing our intelligence community. It is absurd. And you have Pete Hegseth, who's a Fox News host, an able service member in Iraq and Afghanistan. I'm not trying to take anything away from his service, but certainly unqualified to be the Secretary of Defense. And these are Donald Trump loyalists through and through. And that's what he wants. Unlike the John Kellys, the Rex Tillersons, the Jim Mattises, the people that he hired in his first term who were competent and qualified and put guardrails around him. The only qualification right now to be nominated as someone in Donald Trump's cabinet or other White House is...
Outrage has a time limit for sure. Yeah, you're definitely not wrong.
Undying loyalty to Donald Trump. And the reason why that's so scary is that we know he has no respect for the rule of law. He has no respect for the Constitution. And he will ask those people to do things that violate the law, that violate the Constitution, that undermine our democracy. And whereas last time around, they resisted in people in those positions, this time around, he is trying to ensure that nobody will resist him.
Can you talk for a moment
That's
about
why we're all
the importance
terrified
of recess appointments and how Donald Trump can subvert the advice and consent process that the Senate will rely on?
So if there's a law that if the Senate is in recess for 10 days or more, a president can make an appointment during that recess that can last, I think, up to 2 years. I'm not exactly sure, but it can effectively install someone in an appointed position without the Senate's confirmation process. Traditionally, the Senate under both parties' control has never allowed a recess to go for 10 days. So a president cannot use that subversion of the Senate's advice and consent responsibility and cannot get around Senate confirmation. And that is true for Republican Senates and Republican presidents and Democratic Senates and Democratic presidents. The Senate understandably values that.
So is this pretty much just used whenever like somebody in the Senate gets sick then? Like, because
responsibility very highly. So the pressure that Donald Trump is trying to put on, and now I think we're coming to see why with the nominations of
but then they would have to face Obama,
is to put pressure on the new Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, to change the rules of the Senate to allow for recesses of 10 days or longer, which would then allow Donald Trump to install his nominees in what's called a recess appointment without having to get confirmation from the Senate. Now, it is not right now the practice and the rule of the Senate. So they would have to change that to allow for that. And that's why you're reading about all the pressure that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are putting on the senators, which did not seem to come to bear in the Senate.
I have a feeling that they're a focus on this right now and then the filibuster next.
And a majority leader race because John Thune, who's an institution.
But don't get excited because they'll close that door of the filibuster as they're leaving.
And the Mitch McConnell mold won, not Rick Scott, who seemed to be the preferred candidate of Donald Trump.
And let's finish off with this. I know more broadly, even among Democrats, among myself, and I'm sure to a degree you and your colleagues as well in the House, there's a lot of exhaustion and a sense of despair or discouragement. What's your message to folks who are looking at the road ahead, even including moments just like today, where we find out that Matt Gaetz may very well be the top law enforcement official in the United States, that Tulsi Gabbard, somebody who's aligned with the Kremlin, may very well be in charge of national intelligence.
Oh, come on.
What's your message to folks in terms of figuring out, how to stay engaged, how to stay involved?
I hate Tulsi. Make no mistake, I am not a Tulsi fan by any means, but this whole calling her the asset of the Kremlin kind of crap. This is the whole reason that Piers Morgan was doing his, you're calling him Hitler. Everything is so hyperbolic with you. I
have spent the last 5 years.
By the way, he's wearing what I have been calling his depression hoodie because, literally since the election, he's been doing most of his videos in just casual wear, not wearing the suits. So, if this is the way that he's grieving, I definitely appreciate it.
Trying to stand up to Donald Trump and the Republicans from the first impeachment when I led the investigation, all the way to now toward the end of my first term in Congress. I certainly did not want to spend the next 2 to 4 years of my life pushing back against Donald Trump's worst instincts and trying to continue this quest to preserve and protect our democracy. But this is the hand we're dealt, and it is going to get worse. And what I would urge everyone to do is that I understand the temptation to turn off the TV, to put your head under a pillow and to just hope it goes away. If we, the Democratic Party that stands for democracy, are going to be in the minority and are going to effectively be powerless in Washington, D.C., our power is going to come from the American people, rising up, making their voices heard, objecting to the lawlessness, the anti-democratic moves and decisions of Donald Trump. And that what we need more than anything is the opposite of putting your head under a pillow. We need everybody to lean in and to participate and to organize and to advocate. And it makes a difference. And it will make a difference to a lot of members of Congress, especially, even if it doesn't make a difference to Donald Trump. And ultimately, we can work together to force Republicans to put a check on Donald Trump to preserve our democracy. But it is going to require all of us. And I'm happy to be in the fight and leading the fight, and I intend to do so. But I need everybody in there with me.
Yeah, and I would argue that the only reason we have the ACA today is because of the immense amount of pressure that Americans put on Republicans and folks like John McCain in 2018 and in the lead up to that election. I would also argue that, we were in a similar position, the same position virtually in 2016, and within 2 years, we would usher in the biggest House majority in modern American history into the House, and then 2 years later, full control of government, House, White House, and Senate. So, it's going to be a long road ahead, but I appreciate the work you're doing and you being in this fight here, Congressman. Thank you for taking the time.
You too, Brian. Thanks for having me.
Okay. All right. Where? Pull myself back up here for a second. All right. I think that one thing that I've been noticing, since, the almost start of this week, was just how not doomer we all are right now and how we're not playing into it. I got to commend us all for this. Because BTC was doing the same thing, and I make jokes about his depression hoodie, but honestly, he's doing really good coverage. We are kind of pushing on the back with the resistance movement. We're focusing on the right things. We're going back to the messaging of Bernie right away. So many people just kind of jump back into that, and I'm really proud of that. That made me kind of a little hopeful for things to come here. Give me 1 second. History. Okay. Let's check this out. Oops. Okay. So, you guys ready for a new segment? Whenever I start a new segment, let's see, what should the call out be? For Gondor. Yeah, for Gondor, because Gondor, they require aid. So when I say for Gondor, we're starting the new segment. Let me set this up. Cool. For Gondor. All right. I have gotten some pushback from the Ethan Klein and Hasan debacle is what I'm calling it now, because I did call it drama, and I suppose that is kind of making light of the fact that they're, talking about Israel-Palestine, so that, somebody called me out on that in my comments, and I do appreciate that take. But I also was trying to also be I was really trying to make it apparent that I have enjoyed both their content. I don't agree with a lot of what Ethan has been saying. Especially early on into the conflict, he was kind of playing the IDF game, where he was just he was very much of the mind of, well, you can't trust any of the news from them. You can kind of trust the IDF. It's but who has the actual backing of the world news? And that was kind of yeah, that was stupid. So I didn't really appreciate that kind of take, but this drama, well, I did it again. I'm sorry. The friendship drama between them that's coming out of it, I should actually reiterate, is what's, I'm sad about that, where it is kind of oh, they were buds and now they're not. And now they're doing this thing where they're monetizing their content based off of it. So, I mean, I get it, but it's also sad to see. But with that being said, I have a little update coming from Philip DeFranco's show where, he did a pretty good segment on this. So I wanted to watch that real quick and then pick that apart. So let's see.
Franco Show, you daily dive into the news. We have so much to talk about today. Domestic and international, big, small, political, social. But let's start with some internet controversy news. This has really started blowing up more and more. So let's talk about Ethan Klein and Hasan Piker. They're both big creators in the streaming and podcast space. They're former co-hosts. But, with this specific situation, it starts and is mainly focused on Ethan Klein, who's facing backlash again. And this time it was over a game that he played on his podcast yesterday.
Yeah. So I have to preface this for anybody that watched my previous video. I did not my previous video was made before he did this, and then I saw this happen, and I was kind of like, I thought it was the same, from the same stuff in the same Ethan Klein video. No, it took a turn.
Friends, we are going to play the exciting game here. You at home, play along. We're going to play. Is it Twitch or is it a terrorist?
For anybody that's not terminally online and does not know who H3 is, even though they are very popular and they saw that, he has Tourette's, just so you know. I want to be fair.
Let's take a look here, guys. Start.
There's more to the game, but even just that part right there alone, that faced tons of backlash. With a number of people think that it was wrong that the opening image was a side-by-side of Hasan Piker and Osama bin Laden. And in fact, at a later point in the game, you had someone from H3's team, AB, even calling that out.
I don't know who made this, but yeah, I'm not a fan of the Hassan and Osama on the front page. They need
at least if they're going to compare them, I'll guess.
And so with all this, it appears that they were playing a game from a website called twitchorterrorist.com. And to play, you had to read quotes and guess if a Twitch streamer or a terrorist said it. And they all ended up being Twitch streamer quotes, mostly from other creators by the name of Sneeko and Myron, who've been heavily criticized for anti-Semitism in the past for posts like these, which made its way into the game. Though it also included one post each from Hasan and Frogan, who's another creator Ethan's called out and feuded with in the past. But again, most ended up being from creators Sneeko and Myron, so he ended up closing the game by saying,
"You're right though, that game sucks."
It was just not enough variety. It didn't prove anything because all the anti-Semites was just like Myron and Sneeko.
And so all that happens, but then once the clips of Ethan playing the game make their way.
Yeah, because the Sneeko thing, he's another Twitch streamer or whatever, but somebody was bringing up in my comments about how, they were essentially saying, how would you stand up for Sneeko? I'm like, number one, no. I barely know him, but I know he's just annoying and But that's just adding another layer to that I don't need to know about. I'd rather focus on this.
To Twitter, there was backlash everywhere, with a number of people saying things like Ethan Klein comparing a Muslim anti-war content creator to Osama bin Laden. He got other Muslim and Jewish content creators banned for calling Sabra hummus the lowest tier commercial hummus because a lot of Israelis eat it. What the actual hell? As well as Islamophobia on full display. And if Ethan Klein actually cared about anti-Semitism instead of merely feeling disrespected, he would consider what it means to represent Jewish.
Can I give my white opinion real quick? Sabra's not that bad. It's not the greatest hummus.
People by being a non-stop bigot. Even had some tagging YouTube social accounts to say that they're platforming racism and hate. And we even saw Hasan Piker himself responding, saying, "My former podcast co-host misunderstood me when I said in America that anti-Semitism is institutionally unacceptable, but Islamophobia is permitted if not encouraged. Yesterday, he proved my point." While that received a lot of support, you also had some people responding to Hasan by defending Ethan in the game and accusing critics of misrepresenting it. But again, there was also a fair share of people echoing what Hasan said, with some also noting that this came after Ethan went on his Instagram stories to call out Hasan and accuse him of only pretending to care about anti-Semitism. And Ethan ended up responding to all this backlash himself, writing, question, why is Hasan in a game called Twitch or Terrorist? Answer, because he is accused of supporting terrorism. That is the beginning and end of this analysis. Arguing that there were plenty of quotes on the site that came from non-Muslims and that he didn't even make the site himself, he only played the game on it for a few minutes. And then also saying Hasan's post about the situation was misleading and saying Hasan was accusing him of being Islamophobic for things he didn't even do. But, with all that said, I do have to pass the question off to you, though. I do want to segment this. For the more general audience, I'd love to know your thoughts here specifically, right? Because this is just one chapter in a much larger saga of a fallout. But then also...
He Asmongolded. Yeah, The problem with that is Ethan's a little more politically aware than Asmongold.
So separately, for people that are a part of either of these communities,
excusing
right? The
Asmongold.
H3 community and the Hassan Piker community, there was some overlap for a while. I don't know how much exists now. What's your take on this whole situation, including where we are right now? And then,
yeah, okay. So yeah, that's the update. So, leave it to Ethan to just stick his freaking foot in his mouth as he's, he was kind of getting a little bit of traction, even, among some of Hassan's viewers with that kind of thing, because even, some of Hassan's most adamant viewers and fans were even kind of like, hey, that whole, let's just say I agree with them thing was kind of embarrassing. Especially after, and this was where I was a little taken aback because so many people didn't understand. I think it was Nasrallah. I'm already bad with names, so forgive me if I got that wrong. But the guy that Hassan was talking about from Iran, he was, the backer of a lot of just horrendous stuff. There's just no way around that. He killed many, many American soldiers. He was behind, a lot of terrorist attacks. And so, for that to be like the guy where like you can just like the way he did it also where he showcased it in such a accessible way where he was just like, yeah, look, from this time frame to this time frame, this is exactly what this guy was personally responsible for, and this is, this was the group that he was leading, and and yeah, just to hear Hassan casually explaining to like the biggest idiot that I've ever seen in my life, I will hold to that. I mean, that part of the video in itself, if you haven't seen it, it's like this other Twitch streamer. He's just your normie apolitical dude. I guess they were trying to, cross audiences just by having a casual conversation. And he's trying to explain this to this guy. And the guy's just sitting there eating chips, just like, oh, these guys, they've been accused of terrorism. And he's like, do we like them? And he's like, well, they've been accused of terrorism and they've been, they've used. And so he's like, we don't like them. And then he's like, I actually like them. And then the guys are like, whatever, man, I like what you like. Just tell me what to think. It's just like, what the, ew, like that kind of sycophantic crap bothers me and is also just like, how is this guy like, and for a fact that he's going to like whatever these, at this point, they're freaking Hollywood parties, these Hollywood Twitch parties. He's just trying to sound smart and just repeating everything that Hassan said, but he's doing it with like absolutely no degree of understanding about what he's talking about. Ugh, you gotta love those types. All right, get my music back. Sorry, but yeah, as I was kind of saying though, as a viewer of both of them, I really enjoyed their I already forgot the name of it because they only had like 4 or 5 episodes, but I loved their show that they had together where they discussed, news and leftist policy. And Ethan's audience you cannot discount how important it is, where I think he's got like 3 point something million followers. And because he's not just a political show, I was equating him more to like the Howard Stern kind of crowd for YouTube, where he did it, man. Like he definitely has a large audience, but he's more of like the Joe Roganer kind of thing, where like normies like him, which that's great. But it's also, I think it's very important that he is into politics and he is not afraid to discuss it. So, I think that getting his audience on board, with the Palestinian conflict, and also, the way that him and Isla handled this criticism and what they were talking about specifically, because I still hold to my original point that that guy that they were talking about, the oh my God, why am I blanking? He was on the Israeli side, parliament. He was in the Israeli parliament, and he was a Netanyahu shill, but out of all of it, out of all of them, he was the only one that was publicly saying we need to end this war. We need, like, and he actually had like ideas on how to do so. So for her to go and say, you know, he was a good guy, that's where she made the mistake, and she even said she misspoke. So I'm totally going to give her that. And then she also doubled down on correcting herself and saying he's not a good person. He has had some reprehensible views. He did tweet these things. But with all that being said, he was the one saying we need to end this war in Gaza. And his question of, isn't this what we all want? And I felt, I was like, yeah, you know, like, whatever stops the bombs, you know. And that's where I've taken some flack, because I really am just, I got a little bit of a not normie, but like simplistic pacifist view on it a little bit, where like I just want less suffering, and then I feel like we can start building on everything after we stop, you know. And that's where it sucks with Mike Huckabee doing his thing. That's where I was also really confused, because we just recently watched the Piers Morgan thing, and Piers was bringing up how Trump is already hard, or it wasn't Piers, it was actually Brianna Wu, but she brought up how already Trump is saying that he's going to be harder on Israel, and I was like, what? But that's where I'm kind of legit. Like, did I miss a story? Like, am I just being, you know, in my bubble? And like, did he say something? Because that was one thing that I definitely want to prepare some people for, is the possibility that he could do the thing where he does the power play. He tells Netanyahu to stop, and because like, just think of that just from a theoretical standpoint. What if he actually ends that war? Then what? You know, so, you know, as much as we can sit here, and the other thing that I've been trying to do for like my content personally is I'm not trying to doom her about this. I'm not trying to do anything that's, you know, super like buried in hyperbole. I would like to give them the shot to do something, but also be prepared. It's like, be prepared for the worst, you know. And I'm not, it's not like I'm giving him credit. I hate when people do that. They're just like, oh, so you're gonna give him credit? No, I'm not. And also, like, yes, I see the writing on the wall. It's just, you know, every once in a while, you know, writing could, you know, it could rain, and it could have been not, you know, permanent. I don't know. Anyway, this whole, it's gonna be a. It is going to be a ride, but that whole meeting in the White House, that also kind of, as much as I want to be bothered by it, it was kind of nice to see it. At least Biden just go, I don't know, whatever, we're doing this, but it also made me kind of just hate, I don't hate Biden, but it did make me just go, you old fuck. Like, this is your fault. This is your fault. But anyway, I'm going to end this one. So, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the Ethan and Hasan stuff. If, you know, if I am wrong, because I feel like I'm just kind of Switzerland in this one, where I'm very neutral. So it's kind of hard for me to go either way with that. But either way, as I was saying, yeah. So leave a like if you haven't already done that, and sub to the channel if you have not done that. And I will see you in the next one. All right. That's a segment in the can. Like it. That's how we do this. All right. Give me a second. Turn my music off. I'm not kidding about the H3 stuff, though. Yeah, it was not exactly something that I was expecting to be covering, to be fair. 'Cause that one really blew up. I could not believe how quickly that one like blew up. There was one more thing that I had. Where did I bury you? Because everything got screwed up here. Little inside baseball. I accidentally turned my all of I closed all my tabs, and yeah, they were all gone. So I was like, oh no. And it happened in the middle of me doing the last video. So I was trying not to show too much emotion, where I was just like, oh shit.
We've got some major breaking news here.
We
but
just watched you.
COVID-19 is...
Why is this happening? You know what? I'm just going to be smart about this. All right. You guys all right for one more politics? But before we get to the politics, we have to cover a very, very important story. It's my favorite time of the day where we do this. Oh, my bad. That's right. Close my screen. Yeah, there we go. Oh, look! New Hampshire shelter faces enormous, get it? Ow, problem after man surrenders nearly 1,000 rodents. Look at them. See, now this is my problem. Because I get field mice where I'm at. So every time that I catch one or I see one in my basement, I immediately start feeling bad, where I'm like, oh no, buddy. This isn't where you belong. I don't like, I do humane traps. I also do the ones that, like, you know, they snap those necks. Yes, as humane as those could possibly be, but sticky traps, when I see that those things are still being sold, I cannot believe it. That really does bother me. But here, let's delve into this a little bit. A group of mice is called a nest. Yes. Which I've unfortunately learned because of my last home. Ugh. But what do you call 1,000 of them at one time in one animal shelter? Well, you might call that unsanitary if they were all there, you know, of their own volition. But, you know, considering that they're all pets. Crippling, said Lisa Dennison, executive director of the New Hampshire Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. It all started Monday when a man arrived saying he wanted to give up 150 mice, but then he clarified 150 containers of mice, not individual critters. He had 73 mice with him that day, and by Friday morning, they had 450 that had to be transferred, and another 500 or so were on the way. What? Oh, man. That guy saw the writing on the wall for his problem. He's like, oh, this is gonna get a little bit worse. So, you gotta wonder why he had that many mice to begin with. So, lined up nose to tail, they span more than a football field. Jeez. There's enough to give one mouse to every member of the House of U.S. Congress, 424-member New Hampshire legislation combined. Toll is growing thanks to basic biology. Female mice are sexually mature at week 6 years old. Gestation lasts about 20 days, and they can mate again 24 hours later. Yeah, so they just keep having them. Even in a short time that we've had them, these mice have given birth. It's an you know that they're literally looking at the clocks in the shelter, just going, guys, we have to do something right now. Can you just, I don't know, how do you sterilize mice? Or the shelter's cat pavilion has been turned into a mouse hospital. I was about to say, and all the cats are just going crazy just in the, what is happening? With dozens of containers lined up on the floor, resting at the top, and blah, blah, blah. Just logging each mouse into the shelter database has been a chore, never mind providing food, water, and bedding. A lot of work. It does happen where you can take in a large number, but we took in 54 goats and 39 cats. I mean, we're still a large number. Okay, this is where I was looking for. Other shelters have agreed to take the mice, but some of them are being sent to foster homes. As the shelter is seeking donations and food supplies, about a dozen mice were already adopted Friday. Nice. and after being named by shelter staff and volunteers, Doug, Daryl, Dude, and Deputy were waiting for homes in one tank. Others were given candy-inspired names: Butterfinger, Junior Mint, and Milk Dud. Nah, I think I'd like Milk Dud. Jeez, AP, I know you're thirsty. Always good on his pet. All right, here we go. We've always had small rodents as pets: rats, mice, hamsters, the whole nine. So I just figured I could help out. Yeah, I mean, aw, they're still so cute. All right, let's do. We're gonna do two of these because guys, Moo Deng's back. Oh, Moo Deng. All right, so Thailand's baby pygmy hippo Moo Deng now has an official song in 4 languages. Guys, all right, so I love these little wholesome segments because this really does make me legitimately happy. Oh, actually, hold on one sec. There we go. Setting up my chat. Oh, it didn't pop up. Oh, I was here. You know what? Here, give me a second. Why didn't it pop up? Here. There we go. Go. There. Sorry. Had to update my chat. All right, let's see what this Moo Deng song. Oh, I can't play this song though. Moo Deng, boing, boing, boing. Mommy, play with me. I don't. Yes, I want to play it so bad, but oh man. YouTube. Ugh. Oh, curses. All right. Well, it doesn't stop us from looking at her. Or him? Moo Deng is a him or her? I think it's a him. He's so cute. Wait a minute. Yeah, I was about to say, that's still Moo Deng. Okay, cool. In case you haven't gotten enough of the little pygmy hippo. I cannot get enough of the little pygmy hippo. You know what sucks about this, though? Wait. He's a pygmy hippo. Oh, I was just about to say something incredibly dumb and just be like, oh, he's gonna grow into like a big hippo. No, he's a pygmy hippo. Yes. Yeah, it was like when I found out that my cat has a form of dwarfism and was never gonna grow. It like they kind of told me like it was bad news, but that was like score. But then they were like, yeah, he could have health issues because of that. I'm like, yeah, but he's so cute. But then yeah, immediately it was like, oh yeah. It's actually my second cat with dwarfism. I had another little girl cat with dwarfism. This one's a little boy. He's a good boy. If you have not seen him, you can check out my shorts. He is pretty much the content of my shorts. If you guys haven't figured it out yet, my short content is essentially what it's my escape content, where I want to make it wholesome and just, you know, put my animals out there. I got some cute animals that I love very much. So sorry, got stuck locking, but let's finish this Moo Deng segment. So yeah, essentially, guys, there's a Thai, English, Chinese, and Japanese version of the Moo Deng song. And, oh man, I want to play. It says I can watch it on YouTube, but I can't watch it on YouTube. You know what? Maybe I'll put it in one of my new shorts, because for some reason, like, there's this weird thing where I can totally use these things in shorts, and, yeah, just... But let's just be real, guys. This was probably the most important story to come out of 2024. And I'm not kidding. Look at him. He's just the best. Okay, so I got one more politics in me. I just gotta find my segment. So, all right, give me a sec. Where the hell did it go? Ah, here it is. All right. we're going to go into a segment here in just 1 second. So remember, for Gondor. For Gondor. So one of my favorite memes recently was, I know, if you guys aren't Lord of the Rings fans, this is a little, outside of you, but they're literally using the scene where he's just like, we sent for Gondor and they did not come. It's like, yes, but did you light the beacons? And he's just staring. It's like, did you light the beacons? So that's always funny to me. Alrighty, segment time.
This tweet went mega viral.
Yep, yes it did. Theater mode. 1.25. Sorry, I probably shouldn't even do this out loud, but you guys should know what I'm doing. Alright. New segment time. Let's go. You know what? Let's hit the Scaredy bear real quick. You're about to hear a little pop. I just love when that happens. Don't forget that this is the name of the stream and the name of the show, I should say. So, bunch of drugs, kids. All right. We're good to go. All right. For Gondor. 3, 2, 1. Alrighty. Well, I did a video where Trump supporters were not too happy. So I made the title, Trump supporters have buyer's remorse. And as you could probably tell, it got a little bit of traction with the Trump crowd, where I'm not sure how this happened, though, because it really seemed like it was like I had more than one comment show up where they were just like, why are you on my front page? What the hell, YouTube? This is blatant fake news. I had a guy even say, is like, I reported you for fake news or for misinformation. I was just like, okay, good luck with that one, because I'm, just reporting just what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing. So, it was literally me talking about how one Trump supporter specifically, he was a undecided voter who voted for Trump. So he's not a supporter. I even said this, a Trump voter who has buyer's remorse because he was sold on the idea that he is a anti-war, anti-establishment, guy. That's the reason that that's the reason that you should obviously vote for him. So when he started making his cabinet picks, all of a sudden he starts making these call outs on Twitter where he was just like, that's a neocon shill. That's a neocon shill. And then he made another one for, I think it was his chief of staff. And it turns out she's not like just a lobbyist. She's like the lobbyist. So, at least Dave Smith being consistent in his politics, he came out and said, I'm seeing the writing on the wall and I'm starting to regret this, and it was funny because initially he was just like, I don't regret voting for Trump. And then he continued making his picks, and then he chose Matt Gaetz, and then he was like, I may have spoken too soon. Which is hilarious because you have to put into context that this is all happening within a 2-week span. So, but yeah, with that, there have been some more Trump supporters losing it, and it's because they're starting to kind of figure out what tariffs are. Oh, and I got to bring that up too, because these supporters, oh man, did they like start going at me, calling me a clown, that how I don't understand tariffs, and but their explanations were almost verbatim the Fox News explanations. And this guy, my favorite part about this, you can actually go in my chat and see this, or my comments and see this on the video, where this guy did this long diatribe about tariffs, right? And then all I asked him, I'm like, okay, but if you apply this to agriculture, what about rice, beans, and coffee, like specifically coffee beans? And he was just like, well, yeah, those specific things might get a little more expensive. And then I kind of started pointing out, I'm like, okay, but you do understand that like rice getting more expensive, like that's kind of going to be a thing. So, but let's take a look at one of my least favorite networks on the leftist side. Midas Touch. Here we go. And he's probably one of my least favorite people who is on Midas Touch. I'll be completely honest. This guy, you want to talk about like going to things and relying on them for your digital content. This guy has been using the record scratch and like for almost every video he's produced since he was on, like he used to be on like Occupy Democracy or Occupy Democrats. BTC used to be with them too, and then all of a sudden they started just getting away from that. I actually ooh, that was gross. I just found out that Tim Pool was part of that. Somebody had sent me an old video about how he was actually one of the founders of Occupy Democrats. I was like, oh, it's very interesting. But yeah, let's see what some Trump supporters are feeling, eh?
God, right. Listen, see this trend of Trump supporters going viral after learning that they voted against their self-interest? It's equal parts infuriating as it is infuriating. Because as we've seen with the spike in searches on Google post-election, like, can I change my vote and what is a tariff? More and more people seem to be reckoning with their vote after they voted.
If they let in hundreds or thousands of people who already have criminal records, if deporting them creates a mass deportation, I'm all for it.
But what if rounded up in all of that are people who work on a farm? They're doing the jobs that Americans don't want to do. Does that worry you?
That wouldn't be fair. Of course, they need to make sure that they don't throw away, they don't kick out, they don't deport people that are family oriented.
We have seen one estimate that says
the record scratch, but also I like how they can call me the clown, but they have those hats.
It would cost $88 billion to deport 1 million people a year.
How much?
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Is that what American taxpayers should expect?
What price do you put on national security? Is that worth it?
Is there a way to...
No, you don't get to do that, Mr. Deficit Hawks. When you're the party that, again, every freaking election cycle is just like, the deficit, but the deficit, but the deficit, the deficit.
Carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there's. Families can be deported together.
Let me just overlook the obvious irony of the do your own...
Wow. Yeah. You don't see the evil in this? You guys don't see it? Like, you don't see it? Especially, the weirdest part is how a large number of the Republicans that support this stuff are Christians. How? How do you reconcile this? Like, how?
Research crowd now reeling after failing
Although I have heard that churches have gotten a little political recently, where it's like you literally have like right-wing churches, left-wing churches, and the left-wing churches are the ones like, yeah, we actually like, do that thing where we we follow Jesus's word and his example the way that we're kind of supposed to.
Over a week into what will be the longest 4 years since November of 2016 and the decades that have seemingly passed since Trump's first crack at fascism. But the president-elect is already off to the races, as he nominated stellar candidates like Matt Gaetz for AG and RFK Jr. for Health Secretary, a man whose anti-vaccine activism is believed to have led to a measles outbreak in Samoa that resulted in the death of 83 people, mostly children, by the way.
Help us understand what he's been promoting and what the science
this is getting the traction that it's getting.
Well, he's been promoting false information about vaccines. He's been promoting the notion that vaccines cause autism.
I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I really did think that this was going to be a problem. I thought that nobody was going to call these people on the carpet. I thought that we were just kind of like, I'll be honest, after the election, I thought we were going to bury our heads in the sand and that we were just going to kind of let them do the thing. But this is the pushback that I'm really happy to see. And this should give us a little bit of hope.
Which is clearly not true, or cause a variety of other chronic diseases like diabetes or multiple sclerosis or attention deficit disorder. And that's all not true. So what he does is, by putting misinformation out there, he causes people to make bad decisions that put themselves and their family at risk.
You also point to one episode where he spoke out against the measles vaccine. What was the impact of that?
In Samoa, there were 2 children that died immediately following receipt of a measles vaccine. And the way it works in Samoa is they have a MMR vaccine in powdered form. It needs to be diluted in water. 2 nurses made a mistake. Instead of diluting it in water, they diluted it in a muscle relaxant. Those children stopped breathing and died immediately. Now, very quickly, within 2 weeks, it was realized what that mistake.
Hold on. This actually, oddly enough, I wanted to talk about this, and I was thinking about doing it in another segment, but since he's just said that, I just read a disturbing story this morning with my morning coffee. Yeah, this was like what got me amped up for the day, was just how prevalent medical malpractices in the United States and how it's totally underreported, how it's buried within its own industry, how nurses are so overworked right now that they're quitting at like a rate of, I think it's 50. They're out of the industry by like 56% in their second year. And then on top of that, they were saying that because they are like in a industry that's like, so you have so much liability in the industry that you have a lot of these nurses that are willing to cover for each other with this stuff, and that it's hitting epidemic portions because it was over 250,000 people have died in the last 5 years from medical malpractice.
It was a nursing error. But nonetheless, RFK Jr. seized on that. He flooded Facebook with the information that measles vaccine is killing children in Samoa. He went to Samoa. He met with anti-vaccine activists. He met with senior officials in Samoa and kept the drumbeat alive that measles vaccine was killing children in Samoa. As a consequence, vaccination rates fell from 70% to 30%. And between September and December of 2019, there was a massive measles epidemic. In this island nation of 200,000 people, there were 57,000 cases of measles and 83 deaths. Most of those deaths were in children less than 4 years of age. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. had everything to do with that. And that shows you how disinformation can kill.
As I discussed in a video yesterday, it seems some of his most staunch supporters were left reeling after he opted to bring the Warhawks into what is already shaping up to be one hell of a white tent.
That has to do with Rubio. You know, Rubio, he's one of those that's not on our favorite list.
No.
So, and that means that he could become Secretary of State. And I don't think that would be good for the country.
No.
So,
or the world.
There's two different kinds of people in the world, the way I see it, when I want to simplify it. There are the authoritarians, and there are the people who want to follow, voluntarism and peaceful means. And I would put him into the category.
He was my first little jaunt into alternative politics.
Of authoritarianism, because he's expressed
for like
himself.
a hot second. Until
his authority.
I remember him being like really big into Ayn Rand. And he's like, you need to read Ayn Rand. And I did. And I was like, I don't think I'm a libertarian anymore.
Libertarianism doesn't mean that he beats up on people. That's a personal thing, but authoritarians in politics is much, much more deadly.
Yeah.
Marco Rubio, what is this? What are we even talking about? The problem, I think, is that Trump is magnanimous. He does want to bring people in and say, okay, I forgive you for what you may have thought about me in the past, because that's what he should do. He should be forgiving, but he can't be so forgiving that he doesn't realize that his forgiveness is being used as a strategy to infiltrate, because that's exactly what's happening right now. They go, okay, well, they now are saying behind closed doors that all we have to do is flatter him.
Which I responded in detail with, duh. Of course he was going to do this, you imbeciles. The man appeases himself and his donors. That's it. But this leads me on to the next subject, one of many viral messages.
I wish we could actually get away with saying, like, correcting our language like that, where, you imbecile. How dare you call it a zebra? It's a zebra.
That have circulated across social media recently. In this example, after a family member decided to share a message from his Trump-supporting cousin after he learned how tariffs work. This, of course, after casting his vote for the man hell-bent on solving inflation with putting tariffs on everything.
Let's move on to the...
A lot of people are trying to say, like, yeah, this stuff's fake. It's like, nah. No, it's not. Just based on one conversation I had with a Trump voter, nah.
Main story in this video that I thought was absolutely hilarious. This tweet went mega viral. It has 7.3 million
like
views.
They end their conversation ended specifically with him saying, I hope he doesn't do that.
Over 200,000 likes. So people are getting the message. People are understanding these stories that are coming out. Someone tweeted out, my MAGA cousin who voted for Trump texted in the family group chat, and it reads, after reading the econ lecture notes, I have come to the conclusion that not only will grocery prices not drop, but the produces and other products will get worse. It's a lot to type, and I'm in public, but will expand upon my reasoning later, but expect no longer find green bananas. Good luck on citrus, especially since limes and lemons are exported. Dessert and pastry prices will skyrocket. Another Trump voter learns what a tariff is, and it only took the near destruction of our democracy. Maybe. We don't even know if it's going to end up being destroyed yet. But now this, Impact, ended up posting this. People waited until after the election to figure out what the hell was going on in this country.
And as I've said on numerous videos now, this will become a trend, and I'm not here to bask in it, because guess what? We all suffer under an administration where the health department is overseen by an anti-vaxxer with
sucks.
a literal brainworm. But it's important to call it to attention.
I keep laughing about this, but there is the actual reality where I'm just like, oh, I'm going to be paying more, aren't I? Uh-oh.
Because this is everything that Trump stands for, right? He spreads lies and disinformation that is digested by the masses, sane-washed by too many in the media, to the point that people buy what he's selling, even if what he's selling isn't in their best interest.
So let's move to your second chart about what a Trump plan
would actually do to the economy if implemented the way he's pitching it.
Yeah, so why are these economists so opposed to Trump's plan? Because the economic effects would be pretty terrible. This is a study done by
They just wanted to ignore this so bad.
Bloomberg Economics, and they found that Harris's plan did not have much change in either the GDP or inflation, which in a sense is a good thing at this point. But look at what Trump's plan would do. Trump's plan would cut the GDP by 8.9%. Let me put that in perspective for you. This is roughly twice the amount that the GDP went down during the financial crisis. Wow. So we would be looking at something between a recession and a depression. And interestingly, as I'm sure people know because we've talked.
See, and that's the thing. If he takes us into a depression, like, what's he supposed to do? Like, does he realize that the FDR angle that he was trying to spin, where he was just like, war powers. That's how it'll work. If there's a war, I'll have to stay in power. And then it's like, well, are you going to apply that to the depression, or is he just going to be like, okay, see you later?
Talked about this many times.
Bunch of losers. This country is gone to the shitter.
Times. The tariffs would cause certainly a part of this. But the biggest cause, actually, of this drop are the mass deportations that Trump is talking about, because he would take huge pieces of our labor force out of the country, send them back to or send them somewhere else. And the result would be business wouldn't have labor. They wouldn't be able to produce things, and you'd have this enormous economic contraction.
Or it's actually what Kamala Harris was selling, just without them knowing it was her. That's right, Kamala Harris's policies were preferred by Republicans over Donald Trump's in blind polling carried out ahead of the election. According to YouGov numbers, across nearly all issues, policies backed by Harris and Democratic
His hair.
Party were on
on point.
Average more popular than those backed by Trump and the Republican Party. 57 out of 64 of Harris's policies included in the survey are supported by more than half of the voters. The same is true for just 48% of Trump's policies. And over half of those surveys agreed with her policy platform, compared to just 34% of Democrats who agreed with Trump in the blind poll. The article I cited claimed, by the way, hilariously, Trump supporters were actually more favorable towards Harris's policies and their own candidate. That is not hilarious. It is absolutely tragic and a scathing indictment of how we've normalized this man and simply tread so far from.
No, it's also a scathing indictment on how you guys kind of focused on the wrong things and didn't just shout in their faces, just like, this is the policy. This is the policy.
The truth.
I do want to say something, though, about Tom Homan. So for everyone who said Trump doesn't know what Project 2025 is, he just put a key contributor in charge of this. And Tom Homan was interviewed on 60 Minutes, and he was asked, is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families? And he said, of course there is. Families can be deported together. He also said that it didn't mean if someone was coming to be
yeah, and you guys saw him, right? Like,
quote unquote rounded up. And
he literally looks like if he had, like, if you put him in an old 1930s like picture, a little sus, huh?
Grandma was in the house and she's undocumented. That it didn't necessarily mean that grandma wouldn't be taken to. And you can say Donald Trump has a mandate till you're blue in the face. Taking grandma is not what people were voting for. They were voting for criminals to be kicked out of this country.
So with all this, it will keep happening, right? Yeah. The F around and find out phase is here, and it will reach
yeah, but
many
at some point, no, you do also.
Yeah,
no, I don't. Because it's eager beaver. Just be happy that I don't have that at like those types of bumpers at the end of my videos. You like this video? Click and subscribe. I just feel like, I don't know. We tend to do this thing where it's hindsight being 2020, where we over focus on one problem, and then we go, oh, maybe we should have been focusing on this a little bit more, and then, you know, blaming them. And that's where, yes, this is. I had said something recently where about it was like checking my empathy, and somebody totally took it out of context and like misunderstood what I was saying, because they were just like, oh, so now you're not even gonna have any empathy. It's like, no, like, I'm pretty consistent in my standards of like, especially immigration support. Like, this goes back to when I was religious, because, you know, Jesus, he was all about that stuff. He was all about no borders. He was all about, you know, helping, oh my God, why am I blanking? Refugees. Like, he was all about helping refugees and not othering people. Like, that was kind of his thing. And then, you know, after even did not renounce my faith or whatever though. Yeah, still think that way though, where I'm just like, oh yeah, he was on something with that, you know? So it's really weird when people are that really love Jesus and like really go like hard into their religion, they could totally spin that. And it's like, there's no, like, even in your logic, there's no spinning like the Bible. Like, you're the one who are just like, there's one doctrine that we cannot spin. It's the Bible, despite the fact that, it's like, then that just tells me that you don't know the history of the damn thing. Cause then they're just like, yeah, it says Jesus will send you to hell. It's like, no, actually, it's so weird when I actually have like good faith conversations with current, people who are still in the faith, and they're just like, when they find out that hell wasn't even really in the Bible, their heads explode. It's kind of funny to me, but I don't know. I think that this one is, we need to bring them in with open arms. We don't need to be dicks. We don't need to just rub their faces into it. It's like, oh, well, you voted for him, so you deserve this. As much as you want to, especially like freshly after the election, like, yeah, come on, man. Like, give us a few days to just kind of be like, oh, you guys suck. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? But the funniest thing to come from this is legit all the people learning what tariffs are. It's just like, you guys don't know. You didn't know. And they also don't know how our agriculture works. That's the scary part. Like, they kind of brought it up at the end of this video where they were talking specifically about how it wasn't necessarily like his tariff policies that would send us into a depression. It's literally mass deportation that would send us into a depression, because then our agricultural sector would take a massive hit. Our hospitality sector would take a massive hit. Our transportation sector would take a massive hit. There's so many aspects of our society that would just almost cease to function. And then you want to talk about grocery prices and inflation. Like, you actually want to talk about like the thing that the American electorate cares about so much, because it's like the thing that they voted on, their economy, their private economy. Well, then what? And I will never be able to take anyone seriously that's able to spin that and just be like, well, you got to give it time. And they didn't do that. They never do that for the left. They never do that for Democrats. Literally, the Democrats could say, oh, we just signed this policy. It's not going to take effect until 2026. The next day and it's not even just like voters. It's Fox News. It's the people who report on this. They will disingenuously just be like, well, they voted for it. Where is it? We don't see it. We don't see any drop in the inflation rates. Are you seeing it? And then the other thing that kind of got buried at the end of that cycle, or actually it was like more like the middle of the Kamala cycle, was specifically the vibes-based shit, where you had this a lot of reporting going on where, especially like when the interest rates started coming down, where they were polling a lot of people who, I remember that specifically that it was from the demographic of like, if you made $54,000 a year to $100,000 a year, and these people were getting polled on what like the direction of the country, and but at the same time, like, how are they doing like privately? So when they were asked about the direction of the country, they were saying, well, we're in the wrong direction, and then they were like, why? And they would elaborate and say, well, economically everybody's doing poorly. And then they would elaborate on that, or the interviewer would ask, well, how are you doing privately? And without going into detail, they just said, oh, I'm doing fine, but my neighbors and I hear about this, and it was a lot of it was more than just one person, by the way. This was like a lot of interviews where people were just, well, I feel like it's a lot worse than it is because I've been told that it is. It's like, you guys don't see just how that works. Okay. Whatever, man. Yeah, yeah. I've also been told that some people are too beyond saving. I actually recently had that in my comments, and they were just like, yeah, why are you trying to convince Trump supporters? And that's where I've had to double down on there's Trump supporters, there's Trump voters. We really need to take this election cycle to differentiate between the two and not only bring back the ones who did vote for him, that voted for Biden, but we also need to focus on bringing back the engagement of 12 plus million voters that just didn't come out. Because I'm gonna keep reiterating. The reason they didn't come out is because they abandoned the working class, period. That's why. It had nothing to do with identity politics. It had nothing to do with any of the woke bullshit. It was all about the fact that they abandoned the working class. They abandoned the fact that they abandoned leftist policies and populist policies. And then they quadrupled down on trying to get disaffected Republicans in their party instead. And also not seeing how just detrimental to their campaign, bringing in a Dick Cheney. Like, oh my God, like that was the ultimate one where I was like, really, you're gonna make me vote along the lines of Dick frickin' Cheney? So I'll say this for me privately, where it's just okay, at least I didn't have that where I can just be like, well, you see, the neocons, I'm as responsible as everybody else now. Ugh. But anyway, I knew I was missing something. Like I'm gonna do this right at the end of the segment, essentially. But one thing that I also love is just how angry Trump supporters are. Like, I saw a post recently where somebody was just like, they won everything. They won everything. They even control this is such a hard word for me to say, judiciary. And I was like, yeah. And they're like, why are they so mad? Like, have you not gone on social media? So they show me some of these posts. I'm like, wow, they really are. They're still so angry, but it's almost aimless because it was almost kind of like they were still kind of going after Harris and going after, well, this was her proposed policy, blah, 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 blah. And the big one that's going around now is talking about how Biden didn't repeal a lot of the Trump tariffs. And that's supposedly like the winning on their argument, because they're also, be careful with this in your own life. If you like have your own debate about tariffs, be careful getting caught in the whole like, oh, so what do you think about Biden keeping the Trump tariffs? That means tariffs good. It's like, yes, tariffs can be good, but they're missing the forest for the trees with this one, where it's like the proposed tariffs that he was talking about specifically are the ones where they did this pesky thing where they applied it to math, just like basic math equations, and they said, oh, well, that's not good. That's not good for anybody. Even the upper class, the upper echelon was kind of like, can you not, maybe do the mass deportation thing? Because yeah, it might hurt us too, But hey, we'll see. That's where I'm kind of at right now. Is I'm not trying to make the predictions. I keep reiterating that I'm trying to prepare. Like, just don't get complacent, obviously, but also don't get doomer. Don't get bogged down in the doomerism. This is a good time to. I'm still shocked at how just many activists are coming out. How it's almost reinvigorated the entire Bernie movement, where now we're kind of on the same page. I even saw, it was so weird. I thought I had an epiphany, guys. Like I was just kind of sitting here. I turned around and I saw Batman there. And when I saw it, I was like, you know what? How come Bernie Sanders doesn't have like a protege? I was thinking like Robin, and I'm like, yeah, how come there's no obvious, oh my God, I'm blanking on the word. Somebody to pick up the pieces, essentially. Yeah, his ward. And I was starting to think, I'm like, well, who would that be? And people were already kind of chiming in, well, AOC maybe. And I don't know. This is where we gotta start having this conversation too, like the referendum on sexism of the United States of America, because I'm not entirely sure. Was it based in sexism why Kamala lost? I don't know. Kind of seems like it is a little bit. But what sucks about that is she only had 4 months to make her case. So, when I've heard, oh, well, she didn't really, like, I barely knew who she was. I can't really be mad at that. I kind of understand a little bit where it's like, okay, And then I hate this argument, but it's the normie argument where I have enough apolitical friends in my life that have made the same argument where they're just like, listen, I don't really follow politics. I do vote, so at least they do that. And they were just like, yeah, it's whatever it is, it's a referendum on how I feel personally. So like, I know that in one of my friend's situations, he was in the middle of trying to buy a house. So he was making it a referendum on the housing prices. And then my other friend, she was talking specifically about, you know, the cost of living in like car part prices and things like that. Because I ignorantly kind of made a thing where I'm like, it can't be that bad. And then my car broke down and I had a little bit of sticker shock when I saw that one. I'm like, I know how much these prices are. Like a fuel gasket? What? Like, or what? Yeah. Apparently, guys. Yeah, price is too damn high. God, you remember that guy? The rent is too damn high. I forgot what election cycle he was in, but he was a New York politician. Man, politics sure is Can we look at like the last 10 years? I want to reminisce about the days where like the weirdest thing that in politics was a guy named Anthony Weiner getting busted, you know, for dick pics. God, the fact that was a real thing. It's still one of my favorites. A guy named Anthony Weiner. And then Spitzer. That's the thing that sucks about that too. And it, like, comedy aside, Anthony Weiner and Elliot Spitzer had some pretty based ass ideas, and they actually had some pretty good, you know, policies, and it all got bogged down with their when their scandals are just so stupid and just, man, when it makes you go, and Donald Trump has gotten away. I still can't believe that he won after, you know, throating that microphone, just doing like he was the full service like action. That was insane. I still couldn't believe, and I'm surprised that SNL didn't do the like the joke that was just there. It's like, guys, I'm throating a microphone. Do you think I want to win this? It's like, I'm still convinced that he didn't know that's what he was doing, because Joe Rogan and like those like idiots, they were talking about how it was a brilliant comedy move where it's like, yeah, you know, he was just like, oh, this is bullshit, and it's like, yeah, but then that's this, you know, the hand job and also he gives handies from the side. So like, we all knew that with his little dance, but I don't know what you're talking about. I just oh my god. That's so gross. Oh, this idiot. Maybe 4 more years of this idiot, but I don't know. In this situation too, you also have a lot of the Trump voters who played with the idea that they were, you know, swing voters, who are talking like Dave Smith, who are specifically talking about like, oh, well, maybe the checks and balances will still hold up, and maybe you guys are just being, you know, like they keep saying hyperbolic. They're just like, oh, you guys are just using extreme language. You guys are, oh, that's why we don't take you seriously. And honestly, that's why, like, in my messaging, I've had this conflated, but I'm trying to not do the boy who cries wolf thing. I'm trying to not give them that ammo. That's why during the election cycle, I was kind of on the side of, guys, don't call them Nazis. Like, stop it. Like, this is ridiculous. You know, you're also diluting language, which there is something to be said about that. You know, that's not even political, where it's like, that's kind of it's a political tool. And usually it's used against, you know, the opposition party. So it's a psyop, guys. Uh-oh. I got the thing in my voice. Oh no. I'm gonna be working. Catch me working for Infowars.com. Infowars.com. I'm not sure if you guys are, but sorry. Actually kind of hurt my throat doing that one. I was like, oh, am I going to be able to recover from that? But yeah, well, we'll see what happens. let me know what you guys think in the comments, and yeah, leave a like and subscribe if you have not already, and I will see you in the next one. All right, segments in the bag. Another segment in the bag. I like this way of doing things because it makes my editing a little bit easier. All right. I got one chatter in here. You know what? Here, that needs to see this because I know for a fact he wasn't here for this. Outsmoke. Here. It's important. You guys already know. Come on. You know how much you love it. It's the Moo Deng. Moo Deng. We all love Moo Deng here. I unintentionally made that a thing where I was just like, you know what? I kind of want to do this. You know what? Did you see the Moo Deng? Did you see it? The hippo. Yes. Yes, he's... Dude, I'm not even kidding. I can't get over how much I love this fucking hippo. Dude. I have seen other people talk about it, or like I've heard other people talk. You know what? This was a really funny one because I was standing in line at Dave's Hot Chicken, and this little there was these two girls, and they were talking to the cashier, and they were showing him pictures of Moo Deng, and I just went, Moo Deng! And they just turned around with like the anime eyes. They're like, right? It's like, it's so awesome. I love Moo Deng. You know what? Let's end stream with something fun here, cause I can do a little cross exposure here. Have you guys seen my shorts? Salute my shorts. If you get that joke, then you're definitely of a certain age. But here, I got some videos I want to show you guys. All right. So I just made this one. These are my boys. Look at them. Yeah, they fight like this every single day. Every day. Here you go. Funny little aside there. I had to record that because they didn't have the yeah sound on either of these, and then I found out like yeah, it's not like it's a copyright issue or anything. It's just like really they didn't make that? Huh? Weird. Here you go. Got hops. Yeah, that one was short, but that was funny because I just got out of the shower and he's staring at me like with these right, like really wide eyes, way wider than usual. I'm like, you okay? And I just kind of saw like he was following my hand. I'm like, and I started doing that. I'm like, whoop. Yes, Outsmoke. That is, they are called Koroks. Yes, the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. If you haven't played Tears of the Kingdom yet, here we go. I just realized I got to be careful with that one because that one was over the time frame that I might take a hit. So we'll be careful with that one. I just realized that I got to be careful watching my own shorts. See, YouTube, what is up with that? See, I just realized that I'm probably going to take a copyright hit specifically from the fact that I'm watching my own stuff. What is wrong with the world? You gotta love it. Nah, Tears of the Kingdom don't run well on emulators yet. Well, it's a big game. I mean, it's a really big game. I'm still playing it, dude. Like, I have not stopped my campaign on it, even though I got so much crap. The nice part about like like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom was the fact that you can just you know, kind of finish it whenever you want, like if you want to do the story stuff. But I don't know, it's the most it is literally the most relaxing game I think ever made. Like if I'm feeling way too depressed and just want to veg out, I go to it. Although lately, I have to be honest, Sonic Frontiers, if you're into older Sonic games, and specifically the one for the Dreamcast, and then just like open world, and you like Sonic the Hedgehog in general, check out Sonic Frontiers. It is very much like Tears of the Kingdom. It has like a very open world. The controls are super like streamlined, but at the same time, it does like still require you to have like that really good hand-eye coordination. Yeah, but it doesn't have that annoying thing that a lot of other Sonic games have, where it's specifically like the bumpers, like where you could just fall off courses. Yeah, this one at least has bumpers a little bit. Most relaxing game is Farming Simulator. Actually, I did play the Power Wash Simulator. That one's fun, but I actually have a power washer and had, so, you know, my house needed it, so. Kind of funny when you go from the sim and you're just like, I could probably do that. Come harvest corn with me. I still play Harvest Moon, dude. Check out Harvest Moon. Actually, Outsmoke, let me know if Harvest Moon is on Steam. And yeah, might do that one. I don't know. I've loved those. I've always loved those games. It was funny when everybody was playing Animal Crossing, like, isn't that Harvest Moon? They're just like, no. What is that? I'm like, how do you not know? I played that for Super Nintendo. Yeah, aging myself just a wee bit. So I got one more thing I want to do with you guys, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So I kind of have a thing where I try not to read my comments as much. The thing is, I can't really hold to that as well as I want, and at the same time, I kind of figured out that they don't really bug me. Honestly, the ones that get to me are when it's somebody that I like actually politically agree with, but then they think I'm a bad person for whatever take I have. Like, that hurts. Those are the times that I hurt, because I feel like I'm being misunderstood, especially if they do this thing where they're just like, no, I don't do that. It's just like, okay. Sorry, hold on one sec. There's a bunch of Harvest Moon games with subtitles, like Harvest Moon One World. I mean, I played every single one that was on PS4, so just type in Harvest Moon PlayStation titles. Those are the best ones. Those ones ran really well. Again, they're simple games. Like, I think that it's kind of like, they don't have the OG ones on Steam. Damn it. Yeah, because I consider Harvest Moon to be kind of like Animal Crossing, except more on like rails, you know, like not as much freedom. Definitely focus more on the harvesting aspect and dating. Like, I remember the ones that started with the dating simulator where you could like start wooing the other girl, like the other farmers, and I was like, huh, interesting. It's an aspect that I played with a little bit. But what I was saying before this was, yeah, comments. I got some pretty funny YouTube comments that I want to go through, so give me a second here, and we'll start a new segment, and we'll go from there, huh? Might help if I did this. There we go. Aha, here we go. All right. So, if you haven't already seen it, I made a video, buyer's remorse, from Trump voters' buyer's remorse. I have gotten quite the plethora of engagement on this video. So, number one, here, let me see something real fast, because this was hilarious too. I couldn't help but laugh at this. Manage videos, sorry. Let's see what my like ratio is. 6.1%. Yeah. I mean, I've got more likes than I usually do. I have 969 views, 62 comments, and yeah, I got 6 likes. So, yeah. Help me out with that, guys. Actually, like, for real, I'm just gonna keep asking. Hit those likes. Yeah, hit those like buttons on my content, please. It does help me. It helps me out a lot, man. You should pick up WrestleQuest. You'll really like it. Yeah, all right. I'll pick up WrestleQuest. Like the stream, dude. Come on. If you haven't already. Actually, yeah, I've heard about WrestleQuest. I'll be honest. Actually, Outsmoke, did you play the WWE game that was like the big head wrestling game? Because I also, I don't know. I like the AEW game. Specifically, I like the way it plays. It's just very, can pick up a controller, anybody can play it and enjoy it. Alright. Ready for segment? Wrestling RPG. I hate to say it, that actually sounds awesome. No, was it NBA? Not like the, yeah, I get, yeah, where they kind of look like NBA Jam, yeah, the NBA Jam one. Sorry, now we're starting to talk video games. Yeah, that was it, Battlegrounds, thank you. Yeah, that was it. It was actually a fun game. If you, or I don't know, if you're into wrestling games. But I'm still unlocking here. Sorry. That's what happens when you get. So I'm gonna start the segment here. Remember, for Gondor. Gondor calls for aid. So let's go for it. All right, everybody. Well, this is a fun one. I pissed off a lot of Trump supporters. So, with that being said, I have gotten quite the comment load where just within the last 2 days, it has essentially blown up my entire YouTube. Like, because I get my notifications whenever I get these comments, and oh boy. Now, here's the thing. If I was bothered by comments, I could see these definitely doing the thing where, you know, I'd turn comments off and I'd curl up in a ball and, you know, go cry in the shower and wonder why I'm doing this YouTube thing. But here's the thing to anybody who is watching this who wanted to hurt me with your comments. You're dealing with the Colossus of the internet, dude. And I'm talking Colossus from the X-Men. So, yeah. It's a good reference. Because, yeah, I got that metal skin, dude. Yeah, this is, you do comedy, like, enough. Like, if you think this is bad, if you think leaving me a nasty comment's bad, you're gonna hurt me with that, like, go try an open mic and bomb. Yeah, and don't thrive off it. So, but, so I got these comments, and I wanted to go through them with you guys, because why not? You know? Content's content, and this is actually this is fun. You know, let's laugh about these, because I think these are hilarious. All right. First one, this is some new kind of cope, LOL. Yeah, okay. Get more creative. I haven't heard one person say that, LOL. think you're full of BS. All right, so this one here. I'm not sure if you guys can see it all that well. So he's got the Back to the Future logo. It says Back to the Kitchen. So already you know you're dealing with a just shining example of humanity. At Lawless7859 says, LOL, we love it. Again, Back to the Kitchen. I shouldn't even get... That's the thing. I just realized I barely read out, like, the people who support me, so I shouldn't really give these guys the time of day. Trying to convince people they have buyer's remorse. Yeah, sorry, no one is buying that shit, LMAO. I thought Trump was going to ban abortion nationwide like CNN told me. Where's the ban? Well, he did get rid of it for, the federal, protections of it. So that I would qualify that, but also he's not in power yet. Again, these guys where it's like, he won the election. He didn't ban abortion. See? I thought he was going to arrest all the lefty podcasters. How am I watching this then? No such remorse. Again, is Biden the one that's supposed to ban? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. I love his cabinet picks. Bob Robert. Here, guys, let's play a new game. Guess the bot. I don't know that one sound. So this guy I know for a fact is he's a real one. I don't know. So this one is the guy I was kind of talking about, where he leaves these long diatribes. But I asked him specifically, well, okay, what about agriculture? And he got real quiet. I find your mental gymnastics tiring. The tariffs will promote manufacturing in America. Will it? See, I got a buddy who worked in steel, who his whole job was processing steel, and he said that his entire industry got screwed over because you don't understand exactly how much is imported just to molt that steel. So when a company can get the thing from a U.S. supplier instead of a Chinese supplier for a cheaper price, it keeps the money in America. Yeah, but it also makes the cost of that good more expensive. It also provides new jobs to people who need them here. Yeah, okay, dude. Again, that one he's technically right about, but it's the way in which he's applying it that I'm just like, no. Tariffs will make it unprofitable to other countries to flood our markets with cheap goods. Not to mention every single thing that the Chinese get their hands on is stolen or copied. See there? Well, every single thing, dude. They literally copy paste everything we do and just pump it out at lower quality and price. I mean, it sounds like this guy's got a bone to pick with Temu. Not only that, but Mexican labor is cheaper. Dude, yeah, that'd be great if you guys, were consistent in at least being like, yeah, well, we're fine with that, but then you're doing the same thing. We're not going to, you send it to Mexico, then we're going to penalize you. It's cheaper than China. I'd rather take money into Mexico and improve the opportunities there. Base. Well, I'll say that. Okay, cool. Made one good point. And maybe we wouldn't have so many folks trying to jump the fence. Yeah. Weird. Yeah, but this is inconsistent with your side where it's like, we don't want to support other countries. We don't want to send money to other countries. Again, it's about being consistent with your party and your movement. This guy, it's almost like he wants it both ways, guys. Weird. Anything that is created or moved in our world requires energy. I'll sit down and debate this one with a... Yeah. Oh. What's your name? Saint Nick's? Maybe. You end up watching my live stream. You know what? I got my Discord link. You want to do that? So, actually, for any of you guys that want to debate or have a conversation, I have my Discord open now. So join my Discord, and yeah, we can start having more discussions outside of the public chat here. But also, if you want to leave a tip or join my memberships, I am one of the cheaper YouTubers, so don't be afraid to do that. So yeah, gotta support the left. Come on. I'm dead serious about that, actually. Like, I was trying to be cheeky, but we do need to support our own. The pearl clutching is hilarious. Naive to believe that any politician will keep all their promises. See? Right there. Naive to believe that any politician will keep their promises, but they're the first ones to be like, but Biden said... I'll wait to see what actually happens in 2 months before I have any regret. Yeah, you know what? At least you seem like... This dude needs to shave his head and get himself a blue bracelet. Okay. Buyer's remorse. All I'm hearing is still celebrating. Get out of your liberal MSND or MSDNC bubble. They are still lying to you. All right, so this one's in all caps, so I'm just gonna do it. I love his picks. This is what the country needs. I have no buyer's remorse. It's all people that got effed by the deep state. It don't get any better than that. Yeah, F by the deep state. You mean the guy who was literally Cheney's right-hand man? You mean the woman who has essentially been like the person leading every other lobbyist in our entire freaking country, like for the past, like, what, 10 years almost? Nice concern trolling. Again, I mean, I like the fact that all these guys are just doing this. It's like, oh, you're just mad that it tricked you into clicking on the video. Video title, Leftist cope with over Trump victory. I mean, no one is buying that kind of BS anymore. This one, low T. Yes, I've got the low T. Help me with my high. Give me some higher T, guys. Some green. I like green tea. This guy looks exactly how I would imagine. Okay. Damn it. This guy gets a reply. Alright, that was funny. See, I can admit when somebody makes a good joke. That was pretty funny. You said in this video, if you are watching me, you are more politically in tone. You are one of the awesome ones. Okay, yeah, that was... Okay. I found this very interesting after reading all 30 or so comments on this video. And every one of them thinks you're a clown. Anyway, my advice is to get off the CNN drugs. It really rots the brain. Really? You think CNN? Jeez. I mean, let's make it a broader commentary on my leftist bubble. Come on. Day one shit, dude. Come on, do better. Your cope harder, your candidate won't have lost the popular vote. We did lose the popular vote. Don't think if I cope harder, that's actually gonna do anything, though. Come on, man. What war did Trump start again? What war did he not finish? Because you guys like to, like, it's so funny how you do that thing where you're like, well, Biden fucked up. Well, Trump did it, so he's kind of based. Okay. And again, when did, like, the neocon conservative party become the party of no war? Yeah. I think Halliburton needs to reload, you know. I know that we're, yeah, you know what? Kind of a dour thought, but yeah, we have definitely lost some support for the military, and therefore, you know, Blackwater is probably, you know, not getting any contracts, and they're aging out. We need to also remember, oh, this guy, Sean Morgan, this guy was very, very involved. At least he watched the video, I'll give him that. We need to also remember these appointees need to pass Senate confirmation, meaning that you can't just pick anyone. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, dude, I swear, if Matt Gaetz gets, oh boy, good luck with that one. What you miss, tariffs are or can be on a specific item or used to leverage other trade. Specific and no, already you're missing what he's saying, and that's not being fair. He literally said blanket trade on China. He didn't say specific industry. He didn't say specific items. I'm not even finishing that one. Tears of unfathomable sadness. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Keep crying, kid. Those tears taste delicious. Yeah, he didn't watch the video. Otherwise, he would probably be a little upset where he's like, well, how come he's not crying? Not sure if I told you guys, but like, yeah, I got a family member that legit was just like, oh, I thought you'd be coping harder. And I was like, really? Wow. They're like, yeah, aren't you depressed? I'm like, not really. I'm sad for the country, and honestly, well, if it goes the way that we think it will, but people are making that like, I'll give a good point. We got time. We'll see what happens. But I keep also saying, prepare for the worst. Don't just get complacent just because they tell you, come on, guys, you got to give us time. You got to give us time to fuck up the country. It's like, Jesus. John Morgan again. Why did Biden keep the tariffs, genius? There it is, though. See? That's the thing. Those are the good ones. Those are the ones. That's like, they also kind of missed where I was kind of like, hey, I never blanket said that tariffs were a bad thing. Never did. Not once. Not once did I say tariffs were a bad thing. I said the blanket tariffs that Trump was trying to institute were a bad idea. Dude, cope much? Absolutely no one regrets voting for Trump. Again, didn't watch the video because, yeah, you know what? Dave Smith does. No remorse, no regret, not how tariffs... no regret, how tariffs work, you don't get. Oh... Hey guys, a right-wing haiku from Triskanik. No remorse, no regret. How tariffs work, you don't get. Haiku by Triskanik. Bait title, don't bite. Gives us cloud more engagement. I'm glad that one got buried. Those are the ones that suck. It's like, yeah, come on. My God, this hurt to watch. I'm glad I broke your brain. Weird recommendation. No more grown men coping and fantasizing in their toy room, please. My YouTube. Okay. I mean, this isn't a toy room. This is comic books. I mean, Jesus Christ. I have one Spider-Man plushie that my nephew, okay? Like, my nephew's 5 and he's awesome, so I love seeing my Spider-Man, okay? Very cool there. I love him. Plus, I got the Spider-Man in the window. That's actually from Scotty Young. He's actually an artist, and that was something special that he sold. And all of those toys in the background there, by the way, those are all my my favorite toys from when I was growing up. So, yeah. How many of you actually still have yours? See, you're just jealous. You're just jealous because your parents didn't actually love you enough to keep your stuff. Sorry, that's mean. I don't know, but funny enough, I actually I'm one of those too, because I will never forget the day where I went home after I had moved out, and my parents were moving from their old house to a new one, and my stepmom had casually informed me that she sold all of my Star Wars Power of the Force collection, and I had every single piece, every single one. Every single toy, I had Land Speeder, which was hard to get. I had the Tauntaun. I had all of it. Oh man, I'm still mad about that. That one didn't go away. So yeah, but that's my stepmom, guys. But my dad totally was okay with it. Back to this weird recommendation. No, we got that one. 4 minutes in, and everything you have said is either wrong or a lie. Bubble much? You are severely confused as to how the world works, my dude. Ha 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 ha, BS. I reported this for misinformation. That one. He did too. He totally did. I saw that the report came through. They were just like, we saw that it was made in, or whatever. I was about to say, it was made in bad faith, because yes, that's how YouTube talks. Anyone calling Donald Trump a warhawk is not to be taken serious. Dude, really? Look into how many drone strikes he did over the Obama administration and get back to me on that one, okay, buddy? I have remorse that I clicked on this video. Me too. Me too. I like the fact that there's people that joined in on the subs in the comment. That's funny. Ha ha ha, the cope is real on this video. Soon you will have cheaper gas, food, and lots of other goodies. Nice try. Okay, TYR Vider or whatever. Again, hoping you're right, but dude, I've already seen, like, the gas, somebody tried to say that too. They're like, the gas prices came down in anticipation for Trump, and then they spiked back up. I'm like, now what? Because they literally spiked to almost $4 again. You're being, immediately they were just like, well, I mean, they still have to get over the Biden, thing. It's like, dude, this is why nobody can take you seriously. Again, if you still got a Trump flag or a Trump sign this late after the election, just admit it, man. You guys need therapy and you need to deal with your daddy issues. No one has buyer's remorse. I like this one just with the little laughy emoji. You don't get enough of those anymore. How is this fake news being suggested at the top of the watch? Yes! Oh, look at that. I'm on the top of his page. You know what? That actually makes me really happy. That's telling me that I'm actually doing okay in the algorithm. Oh, man. 770 subs, 64 views. This one has 969 views right now. So, yeah, nice. YouTube's up to its shenanigans again to see. Tons of these are on my feed too. Saturate all our feeds with propaganda. See if any of us fall for it. It seems like the strategy here. I don't mind different political opinions. It's good for you. Peace. Actually, I'll give you that. I don't mind them either, but this guy's full of BS. LOL. What? This guy knows very little or next to nothing. Oh, man. How many other YouTubers just go through their comment section with their community and just laugh? Come on. Did you guys enjoy that? Let me know if you enjoyed that. What was it actually? Did any of those kind of make you laugh? Because I don't know. Maybe I'm just a masochist, and this is why I was drawn to comedy. This is why I don't really take anything, that these idiots have to say too seriously. It's like, whatever, man. Because I remember when I first started doing this, God, I had to have under 200 subs. And there was a guy that was, for like every video I was doing, and I didn't even ban him. He just stopped doing it because I think it was just ineffective. He just, he was trying to troll each one. And at one point he was just like, you just need to give up, bro. You just need to give up. Nobody's even watching you, bro. Okay. Thank you, username for 2069. I will do that right away. I will take your sage-like advice and get off the internet since nobody likes me and everybody hates me. I'll go eat some worms. Anyway, well, if you like this segment, yeah, as I said, let me know which comment was your favorite. These were I had fun doing this one. Some of it, I always like the ones where again, I had to go like them where it's like, all right, bro, okay, it's a good one. Yeah, so leave a like, sub to the channel if you have not already subbed to the channel. Trying to get to 1,000. Really appreciate you guys being here. I'll see you in the next one. All right, Scaredy Bear time. Excuse me. Give me 1 second here. You know what? I gotta let my dog out. Are going to do fun thing here. I don't want to get... Hold on. I don't want to get hit. Oh, here we go.
The end of Infowars.
So we are here on air right now, and I want to see the documents. I want to see the court order. The Onion buys Alex Jones Infowars at auction with help from Sandy Hook family. So they're buying a company.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Here. I'll restart it.
So we are here on air right now, and I want to see the documents. I want to see the court order. The Onion buys Alex Jones Infowars at auction with help from Sandy Hook family. So they're buying a company to get the equipment, the name, and money that's in Infowars to then give it to themselves. But it's not about the money. So again, it's insane. When I go to these court hearings, these people are there, particularly Connecticut. They just smile at me and like wait by the door and like it's like and it's like they live on me and talk about me, and I'm their persecutor because I'm famous and successful and barely ever talked about them. So they're attached to me. And the FBI and the CIA cooked all this up.
And that right there was the end of Infowars. Alex Jones announced on camera that Infowars had been bought by satirical news website The Onion. I couldn't have thought of a more perfect end. And seeing his reaction there, seeing the sadness and despair, it gives me satisfaction because even if he's experiencing a tenth of the frustration and sadness and grief that the parents of Sandy Hook experienced, then I take great pleasure in that because this is truly a terrible person. He fucked around and now he's finding out, and it led to his demise. So let's talk about this deal. Oliver Darcy of Status News reports, as part of the deal, The Onion, owned by Twilio co-founder Jeff Lawson and led by chief executive Ben Collins, acquired Infowars' website, product, inventory, customers lists, social media accounts, and intellectual property. Collins told Status that Infowars will be rebooted under new ownership in January. Now, before I tell you about their plans for Infowars going forward, let's just relish a little bit more in the last broadcast of Infowars because Alex Jones was not happy, as you could expect. AP reports the Infowars website was down Thursday morning. On his live broadcast, Jones was angry and defiant, vowing to challenge the sale and auction process in court and saying he would use a new studio that was already set up. He later announced his show was being shut down, but he resumed a short time later at a new location and using a different social media account. Quote, "The journey has just begun. Thank you," Jones said as he signed off. And like that, Infowars was no more. Now, he can create a new news website, more like a misinformation machine, and I'm sure it'll be successful. But to my understanding, the parents of Sandy Hook are still allowed to pursue him. So if he makes money there, they are allowed to collect money from him until that $1.5 billion payout is reached. Now, we don't know the specific terms and conditions of this deal with The Onion because they joined with The Onion to buy Infowars, but he can still do what he wants to do. He just has to start from scratch. But now, Infowars, as it stands, is over. It's dead. And one of the parents of Sandy Hook, Robbie Parker, whose daughter was actually murdered in 2012 at Sandy Hook, he got the last word. Right. And he said, "The dissolution of Alex Jones' assets and the death of Infowars is the justice we have long awaited and fought for." And you love to see it. Now, in the event you feel bad for this man, which you shouldn't, shame on you, but if you feel bad for Alex Jones, let me just remind you what he did to these families. After their children were massacred at Sandy Hook, he harassed them. He concocted disgusting conspiracy theories about their children being crisis actors, and they were in on this conspiracy. And they were tracked down, they were doxxed, they were harassed, their lives were ruined after they were trying to deal with the grief of losing children. What he did to them is truly monstrous. So to see them be able to get the last word, that feels really good to see. Now, the story is even sweeter when you realize what The Onion's plans are for Infowars going forward. If you go to Infowars right now, the website is not operational, but it's coming back. Now, here's what The Onion has in store. Ben Collins, CEO of The Onion's parent company, Global Tetrahedron, told the
guys, real quick,
Associated Press in a video interview.
I'm not even kidding about how I want to try and get hired by them to do this.
That it plans.
I will do the Alex Jones reads if they have like a audio podcast or something.
To relaunch the Infowars website.
Oh, we can animate stuff?
In January with satire aimed at conspiracy theorists and right-wing personalities, as well as educational information about gun.
The global elites, they wanted to make, this was their ultimate joke. They just want to embarrass me.
Violence prevention from every town for gun safety. Collins joked that the Onion's bid was $1 trillion, but would not disclose the actual amount. Quote, "We thought it would be a very funny joke if we bought this thing. Probably one of the better jokes we've ever told," Collins said. The Sandy Hook families decided they would effectively join our bid, back our bid to try to get us over the finish line. Because by the end of the day, it was us or Alex Jones who could either continue this website unabated, basically unpunished for what he's done to these families over the years, or we could make a dumb, stupid website, and we decided to do the second thing. And that right there is just truly poetic justice. You love to see it. It's justice and it's poetic justice. Now,
like, realistically, let me know this, like, because I'm not even kidding in the slightest. I woke up that yesterday. I read my my news feed, and the very first story was that the Onion had bought Infowars, and I thought the Onion had somehow crossed onto my normal news feed, and I was like, that's weird. I don't really follow the Onion. And it turned out to be like the USA Today or whoever. I was like, holy crap, this is real.
There was
like, did you all have that moment? Because I think we all had that. I think right or left, you were just like, this is funny.
Possibility that one of Alex Jones' allies could have bought Infowars. I think that people like Roger Stone, for example, were also placing bids for it, and that's what Alex Jones was banking on, because he didn't want to start from scratch. Sure, he has a very massive audience that will follow him to whatever new thing that he builds, but starting from scratch is still very, very difficult to do. So he was really hoping that one of his buddies would bail him out, but that did not happen. Infowars was bought by the Onion.
And then they tried to say, like, it wasn't fair. It wasn't fair because they didn't even give the other bidders the chance to do a counter bid.
Saying that out loud sounds surreal, and it's so perfect. It's so perfect. So there's a little bit of good news for the day. Infowars is dead and gone, bought by the Onion. It will be relaunched in January, and now Alex Jones has to start from scratch. This doesn't mean that he's going to go away. I'm sure whatever venture he creates will be successful. But to see this entire empire that he built up come crashing down because of his own stupidity is perhaps peak fuck around, find out. I think this is the best case of somebody fucking around and finding out real bad. So
yeah, I mean, the years-long culmination of this, just like for this to be the end.
Infowars.
I do not think you understand just how incredibly funny this was. It was so funny that it was actually hard to laugh because it was like actually hard to believe that it was real.
Rest in piss.
Yep. Yeah. You see that? You see that? If you haven't already, please do. Also, yeah, check out the Humanist Report. I do like his content. He is pretty consistent in his takes, and honestly, he is part of the leftist mafia, and I enjoy pretty much every single one of them, so. Give me a second here. Wow, there we go. What we got? 20 minutes? Alrighty. Did you guys like that segment? Let me know. Yeah. Still got viewers. If you haven't already, shout it out in chat. Shout out in chat. Yeah. Wouldn't mind giving you guys a shout out. Where did it go? Guys, I lost it. This isn't good. This entire day has been plagued by me just... I go to refresh something, and then it's just gone. Oh, my lord. I think it's because I accidentally did this. Oh, it is. It's exactly what I did. My bad. Alright. Do we... Yeah, you know what? find Mockler. Let's check out Mockler. Sec. I don't mind if you guys see this. You guys want to see my screen? Yeah, I mean, you guys are here. You guys are here for stream, so why wouldn't you? Sorry, Streamlabs is getting a little choppy right now. I don't know why.
When asked for his reaction to Donald Trump's choice of Matt Gaetz as the U.S. Attorney General, one Republican representative said, "Are you shitting me?" He simply said, "Are you shitting me?" That came from Representative Mike Simpson, a Republican from Idaho, and that reaction is not only justified.
Now we get to play this game. Was he an actual Republican, like Trump Republican, or is he one of like the Rhino Republicans? Because even those, the ones that supported Kamala, like you can't go around just because they have an R next to their name using them as political fodder if they aren't MAGA supporters, and that like being like, I gotcha. You do have to make sure, like, hey, like. Because he said Republican, he didn't say MAGA, and usually he does differentiate.
But shared by many Republicans across the spectrum. Even
he keeps saying Republicans.
The MAGA loyalists were surprised by this pick, even though they'll vote in favor of him. But the moderate Republicans were the ones truly.
I don't know. See, discussing leader from a
taken aback because Matt Gaetz doesn't quite have the best reputation around the Senate or around the House, as we will prove throughout this video. For example, Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen said about a year ago about Matt Gaetz that he used to brag about crushing up ED pills and then chasing it with energy drinks. Take a listen to this.
You got to think about this guy. This is a guy.
We call that a fun night.
That didn't have the media didn't give a time of day to after he was accused of sleeping with an underage girl. And there's a reason why no
Actually,
one,
hold on. Yeah. That is the ultimate consult with your doctor before doing that, especially if you don't have like a pretty arduous workout routine, because your heart will eventually give out. Holy crap. Especially, it depends on like what kind of energy drink you're drinking, but like I used to drink Monsters all the time, and specifically like the berry flavored ones, and I had to stop that shit. Like that, it was legit giving me like heart issues.
And the conference came and defended him because we had all seen the videos he was showing on the House floor that all of us had walked away of the girls that he had slept with. He'd brag about how he would crush ED medicine and chase it with an energy drink so he could go all night. This is obviously before he got married. And so when that accusation came out, no one defended him, and then no one on the media would give him a time of the day. All of a sudden he found fame because he opposed the Speaker of the House back in November, and he's always stayed there, and he's not.
So Matt Gaetz is an opportunist, but you can say the same thing about the rest of the Republicans, because Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, who said this a year ago, said today, Matt Gaetz and I, no question we have our differences. I completely trust President Trump's decision-making on this one, but he's got to come to Congress and sell himself. So even Mark Wayne Mullen is now open to appointing the dude who he says used to brag about women he was sleeping with and show videos of them and brag about snorting ED pills. I mean, this dude is literally stuck in college. It reminds me of in high school when I used to show my friends pictures of girls that I had a crush on, like, oh, I have a big crush on this girl or whatever. Matt Gaetz is doing that in Congress. Congress about ED pills and energy drinks. It's insane.
It's worse than you think. It's like if you banged that girl that you had a crush on and then took, nude photos of her and then showed them to your friends. That's the equivalent of what he was doing.
Now, the question from here is, can Gaetz even make it through Senate confirmation? And the better question might be, does Trump even need Senate confirmation? Well, journalist Yashar Ali thinks that Gaetz is a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah,
he said,
I think so too.
That Susan Collins is going to be a no. Lisa Murkowski says she doesn't even consider Gaetz a serious candidate. So this dude thinks that Trump is putting Gaetz out there so that Congress purposefully says no. Yeah. But the other option is coming from Ed Wheeler.
Somebody said, also made a good... No, this isn't... Okay, so this isn't the point that I was just about to make, was that because he had to resign, they wanted his seat because of the investigations coming back to haunt him if he didn't get confirmed. So I think that Matt Gaetz he thinks this is great for him, but this could be very, very bad for him.
Hope this is wrong, but I'm hearing through the grapevine about this bonkers plan. Trump would adjourn both houses of Congress under Article 2, Section 3, and then recess appoint his cabinet. So appoint his cabinet through recess appointments while the Senate's not even in session. And somebody made a funny joke earlier saying, recess appointments, is that what Matt Gaetz calls his dates when he goes out with a girl? Get it, recess appointments? It's pretty dark. But Ed Whelan then said, as predicate for Trump's exercise of adjournment power, one House of Congress would seek other houses' consent to adjourn and be denied. So the Speaker of the House would then need to be complicit in the evisceration of the Senate's advice and consent role. Ed Whelan then pleads and says House Speaker Mike Johnson needs to say no to this right away. Oh, dude. Oh, honey. That's not happening. Mike Johnson is gone. All of the Republicans
he seems
are
way
gone.
too
But this brings us
gung-ho to
on
do
to
this.
some of the reactions we got today. Now, from the same people that brought you the Republican cope of Jackson Hinkle saying, total MAGA betrayal. Trump's cabinet members should be in prison, not in the White House. And this was him learning that Marco Rubio is going to be appointed at a key position rather than Vivek Ramaswamy. From the people that brought this to you, we now have a new strain of Republican cope. And it's not super far right people like Jackson Hinkle. It's actually moderate Republicans on the conservative subreddit embarrassed about the Matt Gaetz pick of Attorney General. So for a little bit of context, on the website Reddit, there are different communities that you can...
See, again, I know that this leftist bubble because it's Adam Mockler and Midas Touch, but the fact that these people are like on our conservative, these aren't just, your plants or whatever the hell they're trying to insinuate. No, these really are people that are just like, crap. I thought one thing and I'm getting another. So, you got to reconcile with that the same way that the left has to reconcile with, we have to start working together and can't have all these micro arguments. But now it's your turn. You're in power.
Go in. And one is called Conservative. There is a community made for a bunch of conservative people to come in there and talk about this. This person, who labels himself a moderate conservative, said in response to Trump tapping Matt Gaetz for AG, what? Sorry, but this is bad. Like, embarrassingly bad. And this got 100 likes. Somebody responded, yeah, this is literally the worst pick I could have possibly thought of. The next person says, his worst pick yet, in my opinion. Not a fan of Matt. He is a lapdog and a hardliner. The next person says, agreed. This seems to be a response to people saying Biden should make Kamala the president to screw with Trump. Except Trump outright trolls them, but this pick is not right for the country. Really? That's your takeaway for this? This isn't a troll. This is a degradation of America. The next person says, I agree this is a bad tap. If the goal is to just piss off the liberals, it's a win. But if the goal is to have a great AG that everyone can trust, it's a total failure. What happens when even conservatives are saying this is a mess? We've got more conservative cope to read from. Someone said madness and stupidity. Someone said, yeah, this one seems to be pretty off, man. I don't get this one. So many other better choices. Someone said this should receive as much criticism as the Thune pick for different reasons. I guess Trump got tired of winning, says the next person. And I made a joke many times a few months back that Rudy Giuliani would be the Attorney General. Do you want Rudy Giuliani as the AG? But Lord have mercy, I could have never guessed the reality.
Guys, I made the same joke earlier, but I want to be fair and just show that I can make this about about a liberal and a conservative. He also looks like he went into Great Clips and just said, haircut. That's what they gave him.
That we would be entering. At least we get to watch the conservatives realize what they voted for. We get to watch Jackson Hinkle tweet out total MAGA betrayal. Representative Mike Simpson, as I said, are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Mark Wayne Mullen is not a fan of Matt Gaetz, and Republican Senator Tillis on Matt Gaetz said, quote, it's going to take a lot of work to get to 50, meaning 50 yes votes. So even a lot of Republican senators are saying this is going to be rough, which leads me to wonder, did Trump appoint Matt Gaetz knowing that Gaetz would get denied as a part of a longer play to maybe make his later picks seem less extreme? Who knows? I don't give Trump that much foresight. But here's Senator Mark.
No, I think it was to get him out of the house.
Warner's reaction to Matt Gaetz being chosen. You can see
honestly, I think he was playing games with the maybe he might have been floating the idea that he was going to try and get Mike Johnson out of the speakership position. So
reaction live on air, and he says, "Wow." He literally says, "Wow."
Matt Gaetz for Attorney General. Wow.
Wow.
I wonder, I don't know, Mr. Gaetz. Again, he'll go through the process, but I kind of wonder whether he could actually get confirmed even by the House Republican Conference.
Check it out. They are still. Yeah.
Based upon at least the stories for the last
still counting.
Okay, so he just said it outright right there. I wonder if he can even get confirmed by the by the Republicans. By the Republicans, based on the stories of sexual trafficking, yeah.
So how do you feel about even going the recess appointment route that obviously Donald Trump favors to expedite days? How do you think that would go even for him? When we're talking with something as important as the Attorney General, I think, the Senate deserves to go through that advise and consent process. I think Mr. Gaetz, I'm not going to weigh in until I get a chance to meet or hear how he presents. But the idea that you're going to somehow, change the rules to drop somebody in on a recess basis, I think undermines the position. And
BW Carlin said Matt Gaetz is going to be the absolute man at whatever high school party he's going to this weekend. And someone responded with a gif of the liberal crying back in 2016. But let me tell you, that person was totally justified. That person was beyond justified. And let me leave you with this video of Matt Gaetz saying that we should abolish the VA completely.
Like, here is my question to the group. Is it savable? I mean, why not abolish the VA, take all of the money that we are otherwise spending and go to any willing provider system within our communities, and then if people get bad care, they can vote with their feet, and you don't have a two-tier system of healthcare in this country.
We're about to see if Matt Gaetz' radical ideas actually get confirmed through the Senate. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe to continue getting breaking news updates. I love you guys. Peace out.
Peace out's back? Huh. I didn't know that. So me and my friends used to say to each other, peace out. I mean, I still do, but interesting. Midas touch. They really are one of those. So, oh boy. Where am I at? What time is it? Got 6 minutes. Sorry, I'm counting it down. Oh. You know what? Doesn't seem like a lot of people are blaming me on that one. Alright. Let's check this out. Why not?
I have some breaking news for you guys, but first, some of my favorite stories over the past week have been about Trump voters who only decide to Google what a tariff is after Trump won the election and realize, wait a minute, that actually affects my day-to-day life. Or Trump voters who only Googled Trump's deportation plan after he won the election. Well, this speaks to a broader trend that we're about to see when he enters the White House called "The leopard ate my face." It comes from this tweet. Quote, "I never thought leopards would eat my face," sobs woman who voted for the leopards eating people's faces party. And I don't want to mislead you guys. We aren't seeing Trump voters leave en masse by the million, realizing their mistake. We aren't seeing MAGA crumble, but we are seeing certain Trump voters, specific Trump voters in key states saying, wait a minute, tariffs actually do affect me. Wait a minute, mass deportations actually do affect my family members. And I want to read to you a few of these stories today. Yeah. But first, let me break down what
this is all at. Like, this is where you just have to be like, this is anecdotal. You know, this is very much just small scale, but hey, let's.
Donald Trump just posted, because I promise you, this will be one of the biggest cases of the leopard ate my face that we see over the next 4 years, and that is RFK Jr. as the United States Secretary of Health and Human Services. And I will get to the health implications that we will face down the road, but first let me read this. Trump the prior year. Vaccine rates subsequently plummeted from 60 to 70% already. The lack of regulatory control caused food to be both more expensive, and yes, fast back to the 1850s is not the answer. The state or to the chainsaw he wanted to.
Okay, so this was titled "Trump voters learn tariffs nuke his job. It's too late." Where's that? I'm not necessarily looking for all this.
Trump texted in the family group chat, and it reads, "After reading the econ lecture notes, I have come to the conclusion that not only will grocery prices not drop, but the produces and other products will get worse. It's a lot to type, and I'm in public, but we'll expand."
They don't understand how agriculture works.
Upon my reasoning later, but expect no longer finding green bananas.
Somebody actually said they were just like, hey, we could just grow the coffee in America. I legit wanted to fucking die laughing.
Good luck on citrus, especially since limes and lemons are exported. Yep. Dessert and pastry prices will skyrocket. Another Trump voter learns what a tariff is, and it only took the near destruction of our democracy. Maybe. We don't even know if it's going to end up being destroyed yet. But now this, Impact, ended up posting this. People waited until after the election to figure out what the hell was going on in this country. For example, if you look at the bottom of this Google chart right here, you can see where my cursor is. November 4th, not many searches. This is probably November 5th, not many searches. On November 6th through November 7th, you begin to see a spike in searches. What is Trump's plan? On election day, people are searching what is Trump's plan. And you know, not everybody has the time to be fully engrossed in politics like you and I. So I understand if you're only getting to do research a few days before the election, but these people on election day are asking what Trump's plan is. And to make it even worse, what is a tariff and who pays it? We only saw people searching this on November 7th. Searching this en masse on November 7th. It spikes then. The 3 branches of government. People began to search what the 3 branches of government are on November 6th.
I love how they're just like, this isn't happening.
On November 6th. You know, I had a MAGA friend hit me up and say, Trump won, let's go, baby. And I said, buddy, can you name the 3 branches of government? And he responded, no, I cannot. You got me. Literally, it was that simple. And, you know, he wasn't really too mad because he had already won the election, so they were just shitting on me.
At least
the big one right here, what is
No,
a
I
tariff?
cannot.
Interest over time. And we can even go back. People were looking up what a tariff is mid-October. Oop, it spikes a little bit on October 26th. It goes down. But on election day, on or around November 4th, 5th,
Literally,
6th,
the
it
day
begins to,
of.
boom, spike completely. And let me explain to you the scenario that could play out over the next few years. Now, of course, I don't wish harm on anybody. I voted against Donald Trump and his absolutely apocalyptic, terrible policies. But as far as the next few years and the effects that Trump voters will feel from Trump's policies, I do think that tariffs are going to hurt disproportionately middle to lower class people, people who voted for Donald Trump. The richest people in the country, like Donald Trump and Elon Musk, won't be affected, but people who work their asses off every day, people like you, people like me, we will be affected by the tariffs because things get more expensive. That's what inflation is. Next, the mass deportations. Those don't affect me personally. I mean,
no, but they now, like, everybody's thinking inflation, and for some reason now they're like, yeah, but that's Biden's fault.
I do have a grandma.
That's how dumb people are.
Who's from Syria, but she is here completely legally. But there are many Trump voters in the country who will see their close family members deported, and not in a clean or nice way. It's going to get bloody, as Donald Trump said. The big one that I think is going to backfire in a massive way, again, is this RFK Jr. appointment. We don't know exactly how it's going to turn out now. Is RFK Jr. just going to be toothless and just making recommendations? Or as the head of the HHS, is he going to actually nuke the entire FDA as he wants to? If that does happen, that may perhaps be the biggest case of the leopard ate my face, because all of these people will be like shitting their brains out, just drinking raw milk all the time. There was even one person the other day who said, I voted for Donald Trump because I want him to destroy Obamacare, so we only have the ACA. And someone went, dude, Obamacare is the ACA. And he went, what? I can't afford to lose my healthcare. I'm on the Affordable Care Act. So again, I would never ever want somebody to lose their healthcare. My close family members are on the ACA,
years, and they still,
but if this Trump supporter who voted for Trump didn't figure out what the ACA or Obamacare was until after, the amount of empathy I have just goes down a lot.
Yeah. I'm sorry, and that is a fact, because you can only have so much empathy, and you can only play that, like what he was saying is just like, oh yeah, these people can't be as politically engaged as we all are all the time, or like we are all the time. And I was kind of like, yeah, but before the election, in this information age, it is so easy just to pick up your phone and just do a quick Google search and just go, oh yeah, okay, cool. But the problem with that is they don't even trust Google, because now they're convinced that the left-wing narrative was being pushed. That's why he kept doing the thing. Alphabet, Google, you can't trust Google, because they were getting information. Like, they knew that they would have people that would, start trusting that information. They knew Google wasn't, like, gonna give them the favorable, like, outlook on it, where it was just... yeah, it's not going to expose our plan at all. And yeah, now you actually have people that have a little bit of sense and aren't drinking the Kool-Aid completely to the point where, everything's Trump daddy this, Trump daddy that, gotta troll the libs. These people, they actually care about the economy. They're that weird voter that, they were the swing voter. They were the fucking, what do you call those? I guess it is just swing voter. Yeah, because I was literally like from right. Yeah, sorry, I'm tired. It's been. We did the thing. We did it. Technically, I am going overtime right now. So, but no, I really appreciate you guys checking everything. Check out my stream. I really appreciate everybody that was here through this. This was kind of cool. Had a pretty active stream today. So, yeah. But all I can really say is keep your head up, guys. For real. If anybody's still struggling and doing the doomer stuff, yeah, let's not do that. Let's try and have a little bit of hope. Also, let's try and be nicer. Okay, I know. It's kind of hard, especially when you got these guys that are just like being so blatantly in your face with everything. But yeah, whatever. Here we are. But, oh, guys, I appreciate you sticking through this one. through this stream. I guess this was technically the first High on Politics stream, so episode 1, baby. But yes, I will be back on Monday. I will be streaming from... I'm still kind of toying with this idea. Majority Report starts its stream at 11. I was debating maybe popping on, doing like a little commentary on that, and then doing my normal stream at 2 o'clock, but we'll see how I feel. So, but 2 o'clock, that's when you should be looking out for me. So let's keep that consistent, and yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Oh,